want that slide to stay up for just a second. Just to remind everybody, well, first off, good morning. Thank you for attending the day 2 of our Center for Advanced Transportation Mobility Symposium. And you'll see the slide here. I just wanted to mention a few key things, just in case you forgot from yesterday. I know we had a couple of questions with attendees wondering, was something wrong with their computer system because they weren't able to engage their microphone or their video. And just so that you know, that was by design. We just wanted to make sure that as people are presenting, that there weren't any unexpected interruptions. But we definitely encourage everybody to use the Q&A section for questions. Our presenters would love to have some additional feedback in terms of what they're doing for their research projects. So please feel free to use that Q&A option to submit some questions during the presentations, and we will address them in between the presentations. There is a networking session also scheduled for the end of the day. So we had a few people who stuck around and we chatted for a bit last evening. So that networking session will be open again. And at that point, everybody will have the video and audio capabilities. We can also schedule a networking session during the lunch period if we have enough time. Right now we're scheduled for lunch from 12 to 12:30, but of course, feel free to grab what you want and come back to your desk, and you can engage with individuals that you see are logged in as well. If you have a specific person you'd like to reach out to and chat with during that period, or a specific group of people, let us know through either the chat or the Q&A, and they can set that up. Either Brian or Kelly will work on setting that up for the lunch period. But at this point, I don't have a long list of announcements other than those. I wanted to again thank everybody for attending for day 2. And I appreciate all of those who attended yesterday and those presenters who actually took time out of their day, of course, to provide information about the projects and the current state of those of that research. So today we have a different set.
Can I say a couple of
certainly
briefly before you introduce our keynote? If you're defined as a panelist, then the Q&A won't be available to you. So just use the chat for Q&A. And also, if you're not defined as a panelist, then you won't have the option to speak until you won't just be able to, unmute your mic whenever you want. So.
Yeah, and that is just so that we can maintain control over the environment while our presenters are engaged in their talk. So with that, I will introduce our keynote speaker. First off, let me indicate that yesterday, most of the presentations that you viewed were related to under our emergency theme. So a lot of those people were looking at situations like hurricane evacuations, situations related to emergency preparedness, and the availability of resources during emergencies. So today we have a different set of presentations, and they're more related to the vulnerable road user and human factors element of our center. So please kind of understand that there's a shift, and it was planned. And so hopefully you will have the presentations you'll see today will be engaging as well. And again, we strongly encourage you to submit questions through the Q&A so that we can have a more interactive interactions with our presenters. So with that, I will introduce our keynote speaker, who we are very thankful to have this morning. Dr. Rory Cooper is the founder and director and CEO of the Human Engineering Research Laboratories, or HERL. You see him waving up there. A joint venture of the University of Pittsburgh and the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs and the University of Pittsburgh's Medical Center. Dr. Cooper also serves as an assistant vice chancellor for research for STEM and health sciences collaboration, and FISA PVA distinguished professor in the Department of Rehabilitation Science and Technology at the University of Pittsburgh. He is also a professor in the bioengineering, physical medicine and rehabilitation, and orthopedic surgery departments at the University of Pittsburgh. and holds adjunct professorships at the Robotics Institute of Carnegie Mellon University and the Department of Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation of the Uniformed Services University of Health Sciences. He does a lot. He was awarded an honorary professorship at Hong Kong Polytech University and an honorary doctorate at Shiying, or please correct my pronunciation, Zhejiang University and Xinjiang, China. How do you pronounce the?
Xi'an University.
Xi'an, thank you. He has dedicated his career to improving mobility, function, and quality of life for people with disabilities through advanced engineering and clinical research and medical rehabilitation. Thank you, Dr. Cooper, for joining us this morning. We are really excited to hear your talk. The floor is yours. You should be able to share your screen and have full capabilities for your presentation.
Great. Thank you very much, Miranda, for that kind introduction. And thank you to John and everyone for inviting me to speak today. I feel like I've got a little pressure on me since I'm leading off the new topic area for you. Let me, I will take this opportunity to share my slides. Let's see. Oops, there we go. Are we good?
Yes.
All right, great. Thank you. Well, thank you again for the honor to speak with you today. I'm a partner in the UTC community as well through our Aspire Center. And I thought I would talk a little bit about some of the challenges and opportunities for accessible autonomous vehicles and transportation systems. And I would certainly include people with disabilities and our older adults as people who are potentially part of a vulnerable population as far as transportation is concerned. So I'm going to start with a little video to give a virtual tour of our center. If you ever get the chance to come to Pittsburgh, please let us know. We'd be happy to show you around.
I tell people frequently, and I really mean this, it's kind of like Willy Wonka in the Chocolate Factory. I get to play with robots and all these technologies.
Our mission is to apply engineering and advanced technology to improve the mobility and function of individuals with disabilities. A large number of them are our veteran population.
Every day that you come in, there's this kind of wonderful energy here.
From students to staff to faculty, we wouldn't really be living up to our mission if we didn't include people with disabilities in all aspects of what we do. Our vision is a world where everyone with a disability can participate on a level playing field to their greatest extent possible.
I've got a disability, you know. I certainly wouldn't think of myself as disabled, but it was having a huge impact on my life, on my wife, and my children. We can do better than that. We have to do better than that. So I work here because I want to give everyone an equal opportunity to whatever they want. Disability shouldn't be the thing that prevents them from getting those things.
So I hope you enjoyed that. Give you a little bit of an idea of what we are and who we are and what we do. So just to give you some statistics from this Centers for Disease Control, there are a large portion of the population. It's people with disabilities you could consider represent the largest minority population in the United States. Statistics show it varies between 15 to 20% of the adult population of the United States. The most prevalent type of activity living impairment that limits daily activities are mobility impairments, and of course fewer people have limitations in self-care. But mobility, cognition, independent living, vision all impact ability to drive and also to interact and use transportation systems. We also have to look at attitudinal barriers as well. For those of you that are young in your career, students, it's important that we treat all people with dignity and respect and try to create inclusive, accessible, and accommodating environments. Let me just tell you a quick story about, one of my hobbies is to do marathons. And I had done a marathon in Seattle, and I was, afterwards, I was at a Burger King, and I met a gentleman with his kids there, and we got talking in line, and he actually thought I was a homeless veteran. And we got talking, and he found out that I was a professor at the University of Pittsburgh, and that I was an engineer. And he wrote this article for Engineering Times. I didn't know he was a reporter, and I didn't know he wrote the article until over 20 years later. I was just finishing the Air Force Marathon in Dayton, Ohio, and a gentleman ran up to me and said that his son had just beat me in the marathon. And I said, that's nice. That's nice for him. And he goes, oh, I didn't mean it like that. You don't understand. Let me stay here for a minute. And he ran back to his car, and he came back, and he gave me a laminated copy of this article here, which came out when his son was born with spina bifida. And he explained to me that he got 2 copies of this article, had one laminated and put it in his cubicle. He was an engineer himself, and another he put in his son's bedroom. And he explained to his son that he could become an engineer like Dr. Cooper. And the cool thing was that his son did wind up becoming a mechanical engineer, studying at the University of Michigan. So I just wanted to point out that you could be a role model no matter where you are and what you're doing. So about 60 million Americans live with some type of disability, and there's over 6 million Americans have some form of transportation barriers. Unfortunately, there's no overarching law that helps define automated vehicles, and because of that, it doesn't include how to make those autonomous vehicles accessible. There are some guidelines from the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration and the Society of Automotive Engineers, which you're probably aware of, has created a taxonomy and definitions for automated driving. Unfortunately, they don't include usability by people with disabilities. So how do people compensate for, so one thing, about 20% of Americans with disabilities, adults with disabilities, have unmet travel demands. And that might be a benefit from if they get if we have autonomous vehicles and transportation systems. And you can see some of the compensatory strategies that people use if they have travel restrictions. And that's one of them, is they just reduce their travel. That's not too difficult to understand. But then the second most common one is to ask others for rides, and then they give up driving altogether. So some of the problems are that if just imagine if we could get the 2 million people with disabilities that have travel limitations actually cost the American economy $19 billion in healthcare expenditures alone due to missed medical appointments. And that for a third of people with chronic conditions, like multiple sclerosis or ALS or spinal cord injury or other conditions, don't have adequate transportation resources. And unfortunately, most people don't know how to help them, either healthcare providers or community service providers like social workers. And one of the biggest determinants of transportation is availability, affordability, and of course, the quality of the services. And so the National Council on Disability, which is an independent federal agency that it helps to address the needs of people with disabilities, and looked into this and basically argued part of the problem is there needs to be a roadmap for the future, and that needs to include people with disabilities at the center of that roadmap. And that there's tremendous potential for autonomous vehicles and transportation systems, but there's also significant risks involved if not done well. So we believe in a participatory action design and engineering, or paid approach, where we engage end users throughout the entire process, all the way from starting with the needs identification, going into leading into what best practice evidence for policy. We do this through a variety of tools. One of the most important ones I would like to bring up, as you saw in the video, is that we employ people with disabilities who are themselves engineers and clinicians and scientists, because they have both, they live in both worlds. They understand the lives of people with disabilities, as well as understanding the needs of the abilities of engineering and science. We do, some of our tools are focus groups, storyboards, collecting expert opinions, journey mapping, user testing, and user acceptance. So we also do voice of the consumer surveys. We're in the process of starting a new one, specifically related to transportation, especially accessible and autonomous transportation and transportation systems. But this is data from over 1,000 individuals to help guide some of our research domains. And that interesting that consumers are pretty good about identifying what the challenges are that they face and how they might translate into research. And one of the most at the center of that was the participatory action design and research, looking at universal design, education, standards, and how do you do knowledge translation. In domains of specific technologies, advanced wheelchair design, and for example, how do you design systems, wheelchairs to be more compatible with transportation systems, or design them together rather than design them entirely separately or independently. Smart device applications, human-machine interfaces, and then assistive robots and intelligent systems. Also, I'd like to point out on the right of this slide, we have, but it was critical or very important for most people to be able to live without a caregiver, with less dependence on a caregiver, to be able to go to work or school, be more productive at work or school, to meet their personal mobility needs as home, work, neighborhood, and to be able to travel freely. What's also interesting is when we do these surveys, we often find that people are unaware of opportunities that currently exist or technologies that currently exist. So I looked at how do you gather information, how do people with disabilities and older adults get information. And we surveyed several hundred people and found out that they fall it into three groups. You can see the results. You can see my cursor on the left-hand side, and also below that, the three clusters, pretty evenly distributed, of what we called engaged. So they get information from the internet and from conferences like this. Those that have little interest, lowest internet usage, and they prefer conferences, but they're largely not getting their information from anybody. And then there's people that use the internet, family and friends, and they tend to be the youngest population. So our UTC has completed a systematic literature review. We have actually just completed our journey mapping. We're doing our focus groups, and we'll be starting our voice of the consumer, voice of the provider survey soon. And then from that, we will be doing modeling, conceptual modeling, as well as market modeling. I think I'll just So and our goal is to provide a roadmap so we can find out how to make automated vehicles more accessible and help to get the benefits for this revolution. So unfortunately, there is very little literature on the use of autonomous vehicles and autonomous transportation systems. Most of it is targeted towards older adults. And that one of the things that is important, it's not just the vehicle or the transportation system, but planning the entire travel journey. So how do you do the planning? How do you find the vehicle? How do you load items into the vehicle, get items out of the vehicle? Where do you meet the vehicle? Where does it drop you off? How many people are in the vehicle? And what are is the vehicle accessible? How do you communicate with the vehicle? There's a whole plethora of things that need to be considered. So there need to be guidelines on how to make transportation systems, autonomous transportation accessible. There's actually currently a pretty heavy reliance on the driver. Users do feel that this technology is important, that they rate over 60% right that the technology, transportation, mobility and personal mobility is important or critical. And that 12% mentioned the self-driving vehicles were important in the future, and they represent more than 50% of the comments. You can see some of the areas. There's self-driving vehicles, general driver assistance, improved transfer from wheelchairs to vehicle, and car controlled by wheelchair or other specialized methods. And some people had even futuristic transportation needs like flying vehicles or jetpacks. Now, there's often a misconception that vehicles have to be totally autonomous or self-driving vehicles. But there is actually a lot of current technologies that can make driving feasible or safer for people with disabilities or older adults. Such technologies as lane control, adaptive cruise control, automatic braking systems, street sign recognition, and vehicle-to-vehicle communication, object collision or avoidance, and smart navigation. And all of those are, to some extent, being integrated into commercial vehicles today. And they are all, to some extent, improving safety as well as expanding transportation capabilities for individuals with disabilities and older adults. There are some products either on the market or coming to market. The Merlin Copilot is that's the upper right-hand corner. It's a little device that plugs into the CAN port of the person's existing existing vehicle. The primary target is existing modified vehicles, so they're already accessible vehicles, and adding autonomous features to them. The idea that it would help with lane following, alertness, medical alertness, and then provide a safe stop in case of a problem. Hyundai is going kind of all out in this area. You might have heard they have plans with the city of Los Angeles to introduce accessible autonomous air vehicles. On the lower left corner, there's a concept model of what one of these may look like. And this would then, the person would order one, roll in with their wheelchair and have it locked down, or sit in the seat if you use a wheelchair, and fly from one site to another. The idea being that it would reduce city congestion. Toyota, upper left-hand corner, they introduced autonomous vehicles for the Tokyo Olympics and Paralympics. These were sort of autonomous small bus systems, and basically roll on, roll off, fairly low speed vehicles, so you didn't have to worry about tie downs and occupant restraints. And then in the middle, upper middle, I've got the GM Cruise, which is also looking at a sort of a small vehicle transportation system, like a shuttle system or augment access systems. There are next generation mobility systems that are coming in place. Santa Clara Valley, California has been implementing them. So the vehicle can talk to the person, interactive speech, field support, so the vehicle can get somewhere and then a volunteer can meet, like here you can see in the middle, upper middle, the person getting assistance to use the ramp to unload from the vehicle. Looking at automatic electric vehicles as well. There's some challenges with those. I will talk about that. And then of course, having a control center to monitor both the function of the vehicle and the usage. And then a passenger management system to make sure that the person's in their seat and their restraints are safely in place, or in the case of a wheelchair, that the wheelchair is also tied down or secured. In some ways, this is a first and last mile solution. So you take a small shuttle to get to a local destination, a long range or a bus system or the light rail system. Of course, in the San Francisco area, these BART Bay Area Rapid Transit System. So this its goal is to provide the convenience of a private car, but to connect people seamlessly to transportation systems. One of the goals is you have to have a personal profile, which we downloaded on an app, and that will help communicate to the transportation network so you get the vehicle in the right location, the right type of vehicle to meet your needs. I'd also like to point out too, a little plug for the USPTO is also interested in expanding the number of inventors. And so these are some books that have been, reports that have been put out that I would encourage you to look at as well. So we're using several design tools, looking at design trade-offs and engineering factors and 3D modeling, and to help make vehicles more accessible, autonomous vehicles more accessible, as well as transportation systems more friendly and more usable. This and there are new wheelchairs coming out that can make this life, add advantages and challenges. So this is the Ibot, the mobility enhancement robotic wheelchair. Dr. Kim is one of our alumni. He's not Yonsei University of Korea. You can see, if you look at his hand function, he has very limited upper extremity and hand function. And he can climb an 8-inch curb, have an eye-level conversation. What also is interesting about this, as you can see, is when nobody's in the vehicle, it can actually drive into a non-modified vehicle itself. So if you look at the sort of the center right picture, or on the bottom center, you can see one of our engineers, Nikita, driving it into the wheelchair into the vehicle using a remote control. So for individuals that can transfer, this might be a way to have wheelchairs and autonomous vehicles work together. The person could sit in the OEM seat and then drive their wheelchair into the vehicle. There are other new technologies that provide opportunities as well as present challenges, like the Ibot. And then the Ibot has the ability to climb curbs and climb stairs, which might well help it make it more accessible to get in some vehicles. You can do eye level balancing, but it's also, because of its doesn't have a standard frame, it's difficult to secure it in a vehicle, for example. Key things are also space requirements. So, how much a typical power wheelchairs about 26 inches wide at the widest point, about 30 inches long. So you need space to fit it. It needs about 36-inch wide aisle or passageway in order to be able to travel. And then, of course, you want to make a turn, you need kind of a 60 inches, which is, so you need 36 by 60 inches. Or if you want to do a complete turnaround, you need 60-inch diameter circle. And then, of course, if you want to if you use a 4-point tie-down system, like is illustrated on the far right, you need about 60 inches by 30 inches in order to get the appropriate angles on the tie-down straps to be compliant with crash safety requirements. There are wheelchair securement and safety standards, and that makes life a little more helpful. If you don't remember anything, on the right-hand side, these two stickers, the blue sticker with the little battery symbol in it, demonstrates that the battery is compatible for travel in a vehicle, including aircraft. And the lower symbol, the circle with the yellow and black pattern, where it says WC19, means that the wheelchair has been crash tested to be compatible for use as a seat in a motor vehicle. And in the center, you can see a forward sled test of what's called a surrogate wheelchair with the 4-point restraints, looking at how the wheelchair would do in a 30 mile an hour, 20 G crash. And then the illustration here shows the 4-point on the lower left, the 4-point restraints, which is a 4-point tie-down mechanism, which is the most common means, especially in public transportation, with the occupant restraints. There is WC19, that's the RESNA, Rehab Engineering Society of North America, Wheelchair Standards 19, Part 19, is about wheelchair transportation safety in a vehicle. And it also illustrates where you would have attachment mechanisms, attachment points for a 4-point tie-down system. Now, one of the challenges is that, as you might imagine, with the 4-point tie-down system, is it's fairly universal. You can fit it on a variety of products, but you need somebody to assist you to do that, which is a barrier for autonomous vehicles and transportation systems. And there's been talk for years about universal tie-down systems, but they don't currently exist. There are tie-down systems that individuals can purchase that they would attach to their wheelchair and attach to their personal vehicle, but they're not in widespread use in public transportation systems or other transportation systems. A challenge coming up in the future is our electric vehicles. So electric vehicles are coming rapidly, and I think they're here to stay for the foreseeable future. The challenge with current designs is, and these are two illustrations, they use a skateboard design. In other words, there's the batteries here in these gray cells are in the chassis. There's the motor illustrated in the front. The problem with that is that most accessible vehicles today, how they achieve the height for get it to in order for a wheelchair user to get into it is they lower the vehicle and they chop a portion of the frame or the unibody frame in order to accommodate to get out basically more ceiling height, or more cabin height. But if you have a whole all the batteries and all the electronics and the harnesses in that space, you can't do that very well. And so that presents some challenges for the future, for not only for vehicle design, but also for wheelchair design. So this is my contact information, and you're happy to contact me or come and visit Pittsburgh. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you, Dr. Cooper. That was really interesting. I know I'm sure it's challenging to make sure that you cover all the bases in terms of the different types of abilities that people have and ensuring that they have the proper mechanisms to be able to get around. So yes, I definitely commend you on the work that's being done. I'm sure it's challenging yet very rewarding as well once you find the correct, I guess you could say, combination of technologies that can help somebody be able to improve their lives from a mobility standpoint. So thank you so much for that presentation.
Oh, thank you.
I think we do have a couple of questions here. Let me see if I can pull them up. Let's see. Sorry, I have to navigate both the Q&A and the chat.
My first
question, I see a question.
My
in
first question was,
even one could secure one's wheelchair. The wheelchair itself is not designed to be crash worthy. So that's a good point. That's partially true, because many children who use wheelchairs are transported in buses or light bus systems. Many companies do test their power wheelchairs to be crash worthy. Unfortunately, many of them don't label them as such. And that's because of liability reasons, right? They don't want to assume the liability even if, so they protect themselves by doing the testing, and then they further protect themselves by not labeling it as such. So that's certainly a challenge. And why do users, the other question is, why do users, but the problem is now if you're talking about these autonomous transportation systems, they don't currently have tie down mechanisms. So like for the Paralympics and the Olympics, what Toyota did was twofold. There's a technology called, there's a concept called compartmentalization. So basically you can do this on low G vehicles where you basically have a designated area and the wheelchair kind of parks in that area. And if something happens, you're assuming that the vehicle goes slow enough and it's heavy enough, it's not going to have a high accelerations or high turning acceleration, and you're kind of constrained to that space. So you protect yourself and other passengers. It's very commonly used in Europe on buses as well. The second question is, why do 12% of people with disabilities say that autonomous transportation is very, for a couple of reasons. One of them is that transportation is a huge barrier for employment, healthcare, participating in all of life's activities for people with disabilities and older adults. I'm sure some of you have experienced having a parent or a grandparent no longer be able to drive safely, and how that has a tremendous change on their life and their lifestyle. So they look at autonomous vehicles as a means of adding some spontaneity to their life again, and greater freedom. To give you an idea, for those of you who don't know, if you have to if you have to rely on a light bus system, you often have to order it 24 hours in advance. They often pick up multiple passengers. So let me tell you a story from our journey mapping. We had one of our participants. He was going to his niece's wedding. He ordered the vehicle a week in advance, and said this is when he wanted to be at the wedding. He had to leave. It was about a 20-minute trip from his home. He had to leave 2 hours in advance. Along the way, they picked up several other people and dropped them off. And then he finally got to the wedding just in time for the wedding, although he left 2 hours in advance for a 20-minute trip. He got to the wedding, and just as the reception was starting, that's when the vehicle came to pick him up, because this time he was at the beginning of the pickup. And it took him 2 hours to get back. So he was at the wedding for about an hour and a half to 2 hours, and spent 4 hours in a light bus to get there and back. And that's where people looking at autonomous vehicles as saying, I could just order a vehicle, get on, do the 20 minutes to get to the wedding, and I could order a vehicle and leave, at some comfortable time during the reception or after the reception. And so that's just an illustration. Another reason is, let me give you another from our journey mapping. So we interviewed this woman, and she takes the bus most of the time to get to the different places she needs to go. And the bus driver, for some reason, dropped her off, and it was on a traffic island. Well, if you're in a power wheelchair, you might as well be in the Tom Hanks movie where you're stranded on a desert island because you can't get off of a traffic island. It's actually worse because there's no sources of shelter or food, so fortunately, she had no choice. She waited till another bus came along, convinced the driver to stop, let her get off the island, and basically go 100 yards to get off the island. So this is where it's also important about where you get dropped off and where you get picked up, because obviously the traffic island is one illustration, but you might have an individual with a cognitive or intellectual impairment, and they're used to having the driver drop them off near the door and then guiding them as to where they need to go. But if autonomous vehicles need to do the same thing, otherwise, if you lose predictability, if they drive if they drop you off at various different locations. So that's there's a lot of promise. The challenges are finding the vehicle, affording the vehicle. Right now, bus system, most cities that have buses, they provide no cost bus passes for individuals with disabilities, especially low income. Will we have that same thing? We get like so many trips or so many hours, or if you have autonomous vehicles or transportation systems. If you're visually impaired, the bus stops don't move, right? You can do a mapping in your head, or you can learn where the bus stop is. How do you find an autonomous vehicle? So there was an interesting experiment done in Washington, D.C. with some on-demand vehicles, so kind of stimulating autonomous vehicles. And it was rather funny. My wife and I wound up in the middle of this experiment. If you don't know, I'm a wheelchair user myself. I use it. And so in Washington, D.C. is very interesting because it's got a pretty good light rail system and metro system, and so it's fairly accessible. So these vehicles showed up, and they all had like, I'll honk my horn when you come out, or I'll flash my lights or whatever. Well, it looked like a flashing light firework display because there were all these people, disabilities came out, and there were, people honking horns and flashing lights. And of course, nobody knew where to go because which vehicle is mine? Because the assumption was it'd be, one vehicle, one person, not multiple people, multiple vehicles. So that is another challenge that's presented. Let's see there. I think some comments might be coming up the chats.
Yeah, the presenters are kind of restricted to using the comment area. So I see Kelly has a question here. Are you able to see that? You need me to read it for three?
So I see the fine motor and speech limitations. So you're right. So one of the advantages of, that there are people with fine motor and speech limitations that make the user interface problematic. Fortunately, a lot of people have these, and that makes a pretty decent user interface in most cases. So let me talk another interesting about user interfaces. From people who have had experience with autonomous vehicles, one of the challenges is having the vehicle communicate to you once your trip started. Because everybody knows the cliche of the kids in the back seat, are we there yet? Are we there yet? And so if you can't see and you don't know where you are, you want the vehicle to give you updates. Some of the thing we learned from our journey mapping is for people that if you're in a this is mostly from on-demand systems, but you hop in a stranger's vehicle, right? And in the future, that could be an autonomous vehicle, and it doesn't go as you expect. It can make a person with disability very nervous because they're somewhat vulnerable. And so so the vehicle also has to have predictable behavior. And part of that's communication, right? Saying like, well, that exit's closed, or there's traffic, we're going to take this alternative route. So it's not just communicating to order the vehicle, but to provide timely, accurate, and usable information en route as well. Let's see.
Yeah, I think we have one more. Debbie has one in the Q&A.
There's another question that's also about how will they be paid. So I think there's going to be paid multiple ways. I think obviously so I think you'll be able to buy into a service. So like John and I can split a vehicle. We get half the time it's his, half the time it's mine, or it could be a family like a phone plan, or it could be you buy so many trips a month, or maybe you get so many given to you by the city, state, local, federal government. Your insurance may cover it. We've had some discussion with insurance companies that like for the VA actually provides transportation service for veterans to get to hospitals. So maybe they would provide so many trips to the hospital, or unlimited trips to the hospital. Some health plans could do the same thing in order to reduce missed appointments, for example. But I think it's going to wind up, are you going to get so many trips? Are you going to get so many, or are you get a discounted rate, or are you going to buy a prescription? Am I optimistic? I think I have to be optimistic about the future of transportation. Otherwise, I think you'd go into depression, right? But I guess on the pessimistic side, it's been a problem for 100 years. On the optimistic side, it's gotten slowly better over the 100 years. I do think that the two things that are positive is that one, we're having this discussion.
Yeah.
And two is that the Department of Transportation is engaged in this discussion as well. And that's what makes me most optimistic. And I think there was another question. You said there was a question in the Q&A or?
No, you answered that. It was both in the Q&A as well as in the chat.
Okay.
So I think we've covered all the questions. If there are any additional ones, please feel free to drop them in the Q&A or the chat if you're a panelist. But otherwise, Dr. Cooper, we greatly appreciate all the work that you're doing, because I know, we take for granted, I think those of us who do not have these mobility issues, we definitely take for granted what it takes to be independent and feel accomplished in our own lives, and you just take away somebody's mobility and it can severely detract from their quality of life. And so the work that you are doing enables them to feel as though, and to know that they are still a main contributor to society and can continue just in a different way, continue the same work that they were doing, but probably in a different way. So we appreciate all the work that you're doing. And we hope that some of the presentations, if you stick around and can see some of the presentations, you'll see some of the work that our researchers are doing as well to help fill that gap within that same domain.
Well, thank you very much. If you'd like to learn more, we're having our own virtual State of the Science on March 9th. You can find it on our website, www.herl.pitt.edu. And John Anton will be one of our speakers. So
Okay.
we are reciprocating.
Sounds good.
And so please join. It's also free of charge.
Do you have a flyer that you can pass along and I can distribute it among our distribution list as well?
I will do that. Yep.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Take care.
You too.
All right, so for everyone else, this is our designated lunch time. So we have until 12:30. So if you want to break away for about 30 minutes and resume here, we'll start back with our first talk is on connected and electric vehicles. And so we'll start back at 12:30 with Miss Sadie Cooper, who will be presenting. And of course, the rest of the presentations will follow according to the schedule posted online. So we will stop the recording and go dark for a little bit, but we'll be back at 12:30. All right, thank you. I hope you all had a good lunch. May have been a little rushed, but hopefully everybody has made it back. And we're going to go ahead and get started with our presentations, because just as with yesterday, we're on a pretty tight schedule. And I know some people have to depart and go and teach classes. So I want to be respectful for their other obligations as well. So we're going to go ahead and get started with our first presentation. You see her here, Miss Sadie Cook from Virginia Tech. She will be presenting on the project Connected Electric Vehicles, Vehicle Pedestrian Communications to Enhance Vision Impaired Pedestrian Safety. Sadie, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. So as was said, I am Sadie Cook. I am a PhD student under Dr. Patrick, who will actually be presenting next. So feel free to stick around for his presentation as well. Just a second. Okay, Sorry about that. So some background on our study. We're looking at obviously helping blind and low vision pedestrians in situation awareness in traffic crossings due to the increase in production of electric vehicles and their lower sound output as opposed to regular gas vehicles. It's more difficult for them to hear them coming. So it's obviously a safety issue. So the purpose of our study is threefold. First, we want to engage with the vulnerable road users. And because we as the research team do not have insight into their day-to-day lives and how they have to perceive crossing situations, we want to engage with them so that we understand user requirements in an informed context. Next, we want to identify and evaluate different sensory input modalities because vision is not an option for blind and low vision pedestrians. We want to look at especially sound because we are a sound lab for the most part. We want to look at that as well as vibrotactile modalities for alerting them of incoming traffic. Finally, we want to use a safe virtual environment, which is a spatial audio space that we have here on campus in our Moss Art Center, to simulate road crossing environments so that we can test the different devices that we have on actual potential road users. So the three phases of our study basically follow the three phases of our purpose. So first, we're going to send out a survey to the intended population, so blind or low vision people that engage in street crossings. Next, we want to look at reaction time and threshold testing for the different modalities that we're going to use, so hearing and vibrotactile. Finally, we're going to use the different devices that I will mention later in a decision-making test in our simulated acoustic environment. So the survey is going to mainly get at three main things. So their traffic crossing habits. So what kind of environments are they typically crossing in? How do they currently assess safety of a potential street crossing? As well as device usage. So what kind of devices are they using now so that we don't send out a device that would in any way conflict with that or not be compatible with that. So this is looking at electronic devices. So are they wearing bone conduction headphones? Are they wearing regular headphones, Apple AirPods? Are they on their phone? Things like that, or assistive devices even. And looking at modality and frequency of use. Next, we want to look at their preferences for a new device. So what kind of modalities would they look for? Would they have a preference over auditory or vibrotactile? What kind of alerts would they want? Different features and compatibility needs. So overall, we want to get insight into what the population is looking for, because obviously we don't know what they're thinking. So we want to kind of get their feedback first before we even start. So as far as recruitment, we have some great help at the Virginia Department for the Blind and Visually Impaired, as well as Industries of the Blind that works with NCA&T, as well as internal recruitment through VT. So some of the devices that we're looking at is bone conduction headphones. So that's one of the bread and butter of our lab, actually. So we're looking into assessing those, as well as Woosier has a vibrotactile strap that's actually used for gaming, but we're talking with some executives over there as potentially using it for our study to assess a different way of using the device, as well as Apple AirPods, as they are typically widely used, at least among Apple users, and pending a more proprietary device, the ARX Vision headset. So some of the equipment that we're using for our study in our lab is a BioPack MP160 system. It is a biomedical imaging system, and we're using it for auditory ERPs and reaction time. So this is the base model, but we have a couple different additions on our system. So it lets us to visualize the different brainwaves that relate to when they receive the signal from our devices, and allow us to track the reaction time of how long it takes them to actually respond to the signal. So one of the facilities on campus that we're actually using is the Perform Studio. It's an ICAT facility. It's a spatial audio space. It is 360 spatial audio environment that we can actually really do whatever we want. You can see on the pictures that the top one is actually a very fancy boardroom, and the one below it is actually part of the study that will be presented next is a student team that's using the space to not visualize because it's audio, but to set up a simulated environment for street crossings. So where are we on our current project? So far, we have the research team assembled, we have some equipment obtained, and we've submitted our survey IRB, which we are in revision phase of that. We're looking at recruitment, finalizing a couple of our recruitment contacts, as well as looking into our next steps. So this is getting our IRB approved, as this is very early in our project, as well as getting in with some of the participants as potential survey participants as well, if we want to get a little bit more in-depth information on how they live their day-to-day lives and what kind of needs they would have in a potential device. As well as preparing the immersive spatial audio environment. So coding that, as well as just setting that up to be ready for in-person testing. So one thing we want to use this project for as well is outreach, community outreach. So the SEED, which is the Center for Enhancement of Engineering Diversity here at Virginia Tech, allows us to outreach with high schoolers in the area in their pre-college program, especially first-generation students. So that was something that was important to our lab, is reaching out to potential first-generation students and kind of showing them how research is done. And we have a lot of kind of cool equipment that we want to show off in a way, and kind of give them a taste of what college could be like and what kind of labs that they can get into if they were to pursue college. So what is our current challenges? Population recruitment is definitely going to be a bit of a challenge. It has been so far, but fortunately we have, again, some really great contacts through NC-A&T, as well as the Department of the Blind and Visually Impaired. So because there is such a small recruitment pool here at Virginia Tech, it was very important that we kind of reach out to the community and a little bit broader to try to get as many respondents to the surveys as possible. Another thing that we're looking for is, because this is our first project with this kind of population, we want to make sure that everything is as accessible as possible. So making our study accessible in every possible way, which is actually incorporated into our survey, asking different questions about if you were to participate in person, what kinds of needs would need to be met for you. So that is all. Any questions?
Great, thank you, Sadie. So you mentioned you're in the process of getting the field experiments, or excuse me, the surveys approved through IRB right now, is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
And after the surveys, is it primarily a survey study, or is there a second stage to that?
There's definitely some in-person testing as well. There's 2 following in-person testing phases after the survey. So that would be a reaction time study, looking at our different devices, as well as the simulated environment study.
Okay, so those are going to take place in those 2 labs that you showed before, the 2 sound labs?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and what is the, I guess, what is the goal of the research? What are you trying to determine through those 2, through the studies that are take place in the labs?
Of course. So ultimately, we want to see the different devices that we have and how they can be evaluated. We want to evaluate the different devices that we have to make sure that they're the most useful for our purpose, which is alerting blind pedestrians in a effective and quick way. So looking at reaction time to make sure that this type of modality that we're trying to alert them in is the fastest, as well as making sure that any signals that we send give them enough information so that we can have them make a safe, informed decision of whether or not it's safe to cross.
Okay, okay. And we have a question from Dr. Liu at Embry-Riddle. He was actually one of Dr. Patrick's professors. He wants to know, what are the BioPAC measurements for?
Good question. So we're using it reaction time. We'll have a little like push button respondents for the participants to use so that we can get their reaction time across the 4 different devices that we mentioned. As well as the auditory ERPs, we want to look at potential differences in auditory ERPs between sighted and non-sighted individuals.
Okay. Let's see if there's any additional questions. Please feel free to drop them in the Q&A. Just want to make sure I'm not missing anybody.
Can we just ask
Sure.
verbal questions?
for those who have mic capabilities, audio capabilities, sure.
I mean, it might help if might be able to see you better if you stop the screen share.
Yes,
Oh,
absolutely.
There you go. So enjoyed your presentation. So sometimes, this is kind of my question, I'm not sure if it applies here, but sometimes when we're dealing with warnings, we kind of fall on this razor edge of, if we give the warning too late, then obviously it's not effective and the crash or bad situation happens. And if we give the warning too early, it starts to become perceived as sort of a nuisance. Like, why do you keep warning me? This is really nothing bad happening. And so, I guess I'm just asking the question is, does that apply to your scenario, where you really have to try to feather that just so that you don't err on too far on either side?
Definitely. If anything, this actually applies more so to our study due to the fact that the incoming threat is moving and can be moving at very different speeds. So making sure that we send the warning in with enough time for the participant or potential road user to be able to react in time is definitely very important, which is going to be a main reason why we're doing the reaction time portion of our study.
So I also have a follow-on if I don't know, Miranda, if you have other questions queued up.
No, I'm not seeing any at this point.
So my follow-on would be, so it sounds like what you're doing is, you're giving information and warnings and information so that the visually impaired individual can more safely navigate and cross streets, et cetera. I guess I'm just wondering, have you also thought of the flip side of that and information that you would give in whatever manner? It may be a whole new series of studies to work on, but information that you would give in whatever manner to the automobile driver or the truck or whoever else, the road user, the motorized road user, to help that person avoid conflict as well.
So that is a great question. For our study, we're looking at vehicle to pedestrian specifically. However, that is definitely a very important topic to consider.
Great, thanks. Interesting research, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We appreciate your time and for the information that you provided on the current status. Just so the audience knows, this is one of our newer projects. So they actually had to switch PIs. Their PI did actually depart Virginia Tech. So they are kind of catching up as well as dealing with some COVID issues as well. But I'm looking forward to hearing the next status at our next symposium.
Thank you so
All right.
much.
You're welcome. All right, next is Dr. Raphael Patrick, also of Virginia Tech. So I'll give him a moment. There he is.
Hello, everyone. Sadie and I are in the same room, so we're making sure our audio doesn't cross over. So if I have any issues, let me know.
Okay. All right. Dr. Patrick will be presenting on acoustic situation awareness and its effects on pedestrian safety within a virtual environment. And I will turn the floor over to him.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so this portion of the project actually started off first. So what Sadie went ahead and presented, both of these projects are in some way going to have some relationship with each other. Sadie really talked about the Perform Studio, the facilities itself being the connecting factor, but I'll try to piece in some of the aspects that we're going to transfer over from this project that was started about a year or so ago. And how that information is going to translate over to the other project that Sadie just went through. So this specific project is titled Acoustic Situational Awareness and its Effects on Pedestrian Safety Within a Virtual Environment. The lead researchers on this is me as the PI, Phil Arts, which means lover of art. As a co-PI, he's also a computer scientist and industrial system engineer. He and the rest of his lab, with Abernil Dam as our head graduate student, they represent the Mind, Music, and Machine Laboratory over at Virginia Tech, where they really focus on human-computer interaction, but from an emotional standpoint. And driving has a huge component to that because of the music interaction. We'll talk about that. That's the main reason they're co-PI from that perspective. On the other side, my lab is really looking at what Sadie really engaged with is the communication aspect. What happens when technology, specific technology, in this case, bone conduction and other devices like that, what effects do they have when it comes to safety crossings? And the combined effort, not represented here, but another organization that worked with us is called Aries. And they were really influential with developing the immersive space that we're able to test all these experiences in and utilize that performance studio that Sadie discussed. Okay, so initially, the problem is the parent, right? Pedestrian safety is the utmost importance. However, we understand that this is a problem worldwide or anywhere that there's traffic and individuals interacting. However, we really start to focus on the college aspect. What is it like on a college campus? For those of us that have ever been on the college campuses, and most of us have, we understand that there's a different culture when you're on campus. It's just students feel like it's their street. So in some ways, they don't really transfer over or bring over the knowledge of the traditional streets into the college campus. In some ways, they're completely negated or forgotten. So we really want to focus this on a particular environment, which in this case was a college campus. The other aspect of this was the age groups themselves. So what happens if you're dealing with college students? What other things are going on in their lives that can cause them to not cross streets safely? And we really narrowed this down to distractions in the form of personal listening devices. And essentially what we found out, Sadie alluded to briefly, was that this is the largest group of users when it comes to personal listening devices. And I'll talk about the different types of the devices and how they have a general effect on our ability to engage with traffic and have safe crossings. The first aspect is whether or not your ears are open and you're able to perceive your environment. We call this acoustical situational awareness. Essentially, there's two types of devices, if we just split them down the middle, that allow you to do this and others that don't. On the bottom side, you see our earphones, AirPods, which are very common right now. And on the other side are Bose headsets. Both of these devices require you to channel sounds directly into the listener's ears, which means the main stimuli coming from the auditory channel is going to be coming from these devices, which means that you lose your ability to be acoustically aware because of the occlusion of the devices. A distinction between the two devices, both of them produce noise cancellation factors, which means they intentionally allow users to remove the outside distractions. However, on the left side, the AirPods, there's an additional feature which is called pass-through that allows information to come through the system and then be presented through the device. However, I will note there are issues with pass-through when it comes to localization, because a brief history or science lesson about sound is localization is really understood by the human body based on the intensity timings and the intensities of the signals coming into the listener. So that means you have to have accurate signals presented on both sides to get a true translation of where the signal is being perceived from or the source of that signal is being perceived. So if there's any slight adjustments to that or any malfunctions in that system, it removes the ability to localize. On the top half of the displays are what's called bone conduction devices, which are actually the devices I'm wearing now. So essentially, you're able to hear vital communication like I'm doing right now, while also being able to communicate with others, in both directions. So I'm able to listen to what's going on in my headset while also being cognizant and aware of what's going on in my environment. This is done through the mode of bone conduction, essentially vibrating the exterior of the head, which then elicits the interior components of your ear to perceive sound. The benefit of these is, like we said, your ears are open and you're able to perceive your environment. However, the downside of this is there's a lot of masking, which means other signals can come in and confuse what signals you're trying to receive. And I'll allude to that later. So the last aspect of this, which John mentioned on the question before, was vehicle to person communication and the opposite side of person to vehicle communication. In this case, we really start off looking at vehicle to person. So what communication is the vehicle going to bring into the situation that allows the person to understand what is going on? And this is without technology. So essentially, without or the absence of a vehicle, a user or a person can just cross the street without or limited awareness of what's going on. However, once the vehicle is introduced to the system, now the person has to really understand how that interaction is now changed. So when we start to pick into this, and I'll talk about it a little bit more in the next slide, we start to realize there's interaction and communication. So essentially, you can interact without actually communicating. However, communication takes some level of interaction, and we really need to piece that apart to understand how we can engage with this from a scientific and experimental perspective. So quick overview. Our primary goals was really to investigate the impact of various street crossing situations on pedestrian safety, like the various tools we talked about of distraction. The second aspect is really looking at how to explore vehicle-to-person communication or alert systems and how they can increase the ability of the users. The overall objectives were, one, to observe and document pedestrians and vehicle behaviors on the university campus, because this research is relatively new. We've scoured the research all over the world, actually, to really understand what this interaction was like. And we really found out that observation studies were really the key. You really need to start off. And some of the influential places we discovered were in very high dense populations like Japan and India, where observation studies were done purely to understand the behavior of the pedestrians. Even though the vehicles were involved, but they were really trying to understand what the pedestrian behaviors were brought into the system. The second part was really the aspect of the project that's really the beef of it, which is really creating this high fidelity virtual environment, representative of an environment on campus that can allow our users to engage in safe crossings. This was really where we're able to engage in experimentation and also interact with different tools and devices. So from study number one, our naturalistic observation study, I should have the audio. I'll double check if it doesn't. But so the first, let me click play. Is it running?
Yes.
Okay, let me, yes?
Now
Yes.
we can't hear audio, but we can see it.
I can't. Try to reshare. Sorry, I'm messing up the video.
That's okay.
There you go.
We can see it and hear it.
I'll just let this play in the background. So essentially what we did was we had students go to
Raphael, we've lost your audio. We can hear kind of background of the video, but we can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I'll let that go through and bring this down. There you go. So we had students go onto campus, our researchers go onto campus and really identify key locations based on time of day, because we realized time of day will really have a huge interaction or effect on the users and how they're crossing. So essentially what we found out was high peak times, which would be right before classes or right after classes, where students are really trying to get to class as quick as possible. The other aspects are later on in the evening and sometimes at night if we're going off of campus. We're not really going to talk about the off of campus, but we actually went off campus at the densest part of the town to really realize what is going on when it's the worst case scenario. So in these cases, we're really looking at safe crossing and ultimately how individuals would cross the street. The one that just crossed, you realize, didn't walk all the way up to the crosswalk, but initiated the cross before they did. So kind of at another angle. We realize this could be an interesting case because if there's blind spots, that means there's an ability or a lack of ability to see and make communication, visual contact. So from these locations, we really were picking apart some of the nonverbal and verbal communication that was really happening at these engagements, while also collecting other data like audio content that we can use to import into the virtual environment. So just some rough data that came out. What we really were looking at was the right and left check before coming to the crosswalk. Do people even do this, right? How often do they do it? And what are the effects of what happens when they're wearing personal listening devices? And the other factor that we really added on once we started observing was what happens when you're engaging with a group. We really start to find out that there's a group think that goes on, or group mentality that starts to emerge, where if you're a part of a group, one individual is usually responsible for making that check. And then the other individuals really just follow suit. The other thing that we found out was really interesting from this observation study was it also happens if the groups are separated by a particular distance, which means group A could be a few feet ahead and perform that visual check left and right, while group B will instead look at group B's or group A's response to the interaction and then follow suit. However, if there's a large enough distance between the two groups, they really realize that each group becomes independent with their own checks. The other things that we really looked at were engaging with nonverbal communication between the groups or between the vehicle and the person. So what we really found out was we needed to dig in a little bit more and understand why these behaviors are happening. So while the students were on set, they started passing out cards, which were invitations to perform a survey. And the surveys are really geared towards understanding behaviors that happens if you're a driver or if you're a pedestrian. So we got a total of 135 responses with the distributions for male and female and non-binary. The ages were between 18 and 65 because we did have some faculty and staff that were engaged in the survey because they were seen in some of the videos. And then we want to make sure we got a good representation or somewhat representation of culture when it came to our campus environment. Obviously, we would love to redo the study in some ways at other cultures and other populations to make sure things follow suit. What we really found out from the survey, in addition to general behaviors, was what were some of the listening habits and behaviors when it comes to the personal listening devices. And essentially, we found out from a subjective response, people were listening to their music at what they consider to be a medium level. We gave them guides, and some at a high level. However, we understood that they may not consider things to be high and they may have grouped things into the medium category. So this really introduced a situation where we got to the next experiment to understand if we can capture those levels in real time. The second aspect, which was the follow-up to the survey, was anyone that really kind of struck us as interesting in the survey or had any response when it comes to the nonverbal communication, we pulled them into a focus group to really engage in conversation with them. So ultimately, two groups respond out of this, and the purpose of this was to really understand the factors that have influenced these crossing behaviors. We had about 9 in total for the distribution showed, and these were done during COVID procedures. So like Dr. McBride mentioned, we had to really adjust to what was going on during that time. However, we found out it was a good adjustment to our study because it allowed us to still engage and keep on task while also being able to follow every procedure that was required of us through COVID. And we were able to get good, clean data from that. Ultimately, we found out there was a set of gestures that came out of these communication factors. So essentially, if we're looking to person to vehicle communication, what we found was when a person walked up to the crosswalk, they would initiate this eye contact between the driver. Once it's initiated, they would then give them some gesture to let them know what is going on. Either it's safe for you to cross, hey, thank you, or something of the sorts. So essentially, we found out that there's always some communication as long as the vehicle, the driver of the vehicle is aware of the pedestrians and the pedestrians are aware of the vehicle approaching. There's some sort of communication that happens between the two. So from there, we really went into developing the environment itself, because this was part of the process of the densest aspect of the research. So essentially, we were given permission and access to the Perform Studio, which is a part of the Virginia Tech Institute for Creativity, Arts, and Technology, or ICAT. It's an experimental facility, which can also be refurbished for other purposes. So in our cases, we really use the aspect of the studio that was the audio component, which is about a 24 speaker array situated in about a 360-degree immersive audio experience. The lab itself, our lab, we were used for the dynamic chamber where we brought participants in, or we're bringing participants in to do the initial hearing test to make sure that they actually do have levels of hearing symmetry and there are no non-normal hearing situations that we should be aware of, because like I said, that will have an effect on localization. So the bottom picture, figure 1, is really showing one of the situations that we found out on the left side, which is going to be an interesting aspect, right? Because it's a high dense location coming from the library to the main part of the campus. And it also serves as a bus depot. And since the buses are actually parked on the street, it creates a situation where you can't actually see oncoming cars until you initiate your crossing. So about 1/3 into the crossing is when you finally start to see the vehicle. The other aspect of the picture on the right is off campus, which is one of our busiest sectors off campus. We realize that this situation also has a similar situation because it comes from a hill, but we really try to deal with the on-campus aspect first. So on the right side, sorry. All right, ready? On the right side, you'll see the virtual version of the bus that we started creating. So what we wanted to do was the closest one-to-one comparison as possible, which means is if you were standing there, what would the bus feel like to you? So it doesn't feel like there's a miniature version. And we also want to make sure the audios were synced together as well. So as I go through this, I'll pause for a second so you can hear the audios coming from the bus. All right, ready? Go. Yes. So that one was looking from in the Perform Studio from the physical perspective. So in this case, the participant is in VR, unable to see what's going on in the actual environment. So we put down this virtual, this crosswalk, as you see the blue tape on the floor, to guide us from a research perspective. So we can make some ticks on the mark to see where they are, while also watching them on the visual perspective. So the other side is what this participant was seeing while being in the virtual scene. So one aspect of this, which is really important, is the design of the environment itself. So the environment was built in one of the gaming engines, which is starting to emerge as research platforms called Unreal Engine. While the other one you may be familiar with is called Unity. But essentially these game engines are now being used originally for making games, obviously, but now they're being used for movies, research, and other aspects like that. So one of our students was very talented in using this, came from SCAD with audio design. So the aspect here that was really the takeaway was there's pretty seamless ways to import visuals into these environments. However, there was not a way to import realistic audio into this component. So one of the major takeaways from this research that we're pulling out is the process of taking real life audio artifacts and implementing them in an audio or an immersive environment, having this one real-to-real interaction. So that will be one of the papers that we're really looking to pull out and seeing if we can publish that in another sector, which is non-transportation, to really get that community to understand the value of their tech and how they can bring it to our issues and problems here. So some of the aspects that we're looking at when we're dealing with the experimental design, we're finished with phase one, looking at the observation study and all the subsequent follow-ups of the focus group and study survey. The aspect we're on now is we just finished development of the immersive environment, and we're going through pilot testing, as you just saw. And then we've just got approval for our final IRB, which is going to allow us to actually do user testing for this environment. The main factors that we're really looking at here is personal listening devices, like we mentioned with the usage. So the first thing is really looking at air conduction versus bone conduction. We talked about, in this case, the open ear versus closed ear. The reason I put the open ear versus closed ear in parentheses is because in some ways we can also include bone conduction, which does have some other effects. The other aspect that's really interesting is what information is being presented through these devices, and if those interactions, or if those things have interactions or effects on the crossing situation. So what we're looking at is music versus non-music, and the expertise really is coming from the Tri-M lab in this aspect. The two pieces we really want to pull out here is what really happens when you're dealing with rhythm or lyrics versus non-lyrics, sorry, typo. But the issue there is we found out in prior research in the lab and other research looking at was depending on the tempo and the beats associated with the song, you may have some inclination to move faster, right? Or increase your speed because of the communication you're dealing with. So we really want to look at a music beat selection and has lyrics and non-lyrics to see if the engagement of lyrics and the beats have an effect on you. The other aspect we're looking at is, like we said, acoustic situation awareness, which is the masking effect of the bus, right? When we played the video, you notice that the bus was pretty loud and it comes from the same direction of the cars. So in most cases, this would be true, and it also becomes exaggerated when we're dealing with electrical vehicles. So we really want to look at the masking of sound and whether or not that has an effect. The other aspect of what we are interested in is what about secondary signals? So this was looking at the ambulance. Some of you may have noticed that during the presentation of the sound, you heard an ambulance kind of pan through the system. What we're really looking at there is if you're paying attention to your main task, crossing the street, while also being cognizant of the traffic going on, can you be aware of another signal or another situation of a vehicle that could be entering the system without you being aware? And in these cases, they could be ambulance, because in most situations, they will come at a very high speed. So can you respond? And at what point do you recognize that this thing has entered your frame of reference? And the last thing we're really debating is delayed trials. And how that really has an effect on the variability of the traffic itself, because there's some limitations with the software itself, but also how it has an effect on the user and their interaction process. right? So we're really looking at adding other people into the environment, maybe a follow-up study, or actually adding other things that can cause delays into the system and see if that really adjusts or has some grand effect. So ultimately, what we're trying to do in the third study and really connecting the two studies from what Sadie is looking at and what we're looking at here is the V2P and the P2V situation. One, what does it look like when they're creating infrastructures? Like Dr. McBride mentioned earlier, our original PI for the project that was talked about before was a mechanical engineer, where we were really looking at the infrastructure and the actual systems themselves and how we can implement the communication between these systems. Like Sadie mentioned, there's a slight shift on that to a human factors aspect, but we still want to look at the component of once the device is on the person, what is the latencies between them, right? So once we deal with the infrastructure and the actual system communication, what happens when it reaches that person and their ability to actually respond? So from ERP detection to then response time. The other aspect is now that you're distracted, what are these main effects and what do they have on different types of gender and other characteristics of individuals that could be distracted? And the last aspect, which Sadie mentioned as well, is really outreach. How we can use these tools that we've developed, this virtual environment, and actually create training situations. The device that we created in this presentation can be a portable device depending on the facility itself, right? So we may not be able to export the audio components, but we can definitely export the visual components and have the audio is expressed through a different device. So we can slightly change up the situation, but we still have the training aspect of the visuals. So all in all, what we're really looking to do is how do we take this situation from an infrastructure fix all the way from civil to mechanical and electrical, all the way to human factors from the side of training, right? In our case, human factors, we really consider training the last ditch effort. But in our case, we realize there's gonna have to be a relationship between the developers of the systems themselves, all the way from the physical infrastructure systems and the devices and the people that are gonna be using them. So we really believe this is gonna be a human factors fix. And we really need to communicate between across all engineering groups and other associated disciplines. So thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it. Questions, comments, and concerns?
Thank you, Raphael. I'm not seeing any questions yet in the chat. You know, I always have some questions for you. So for your study in particular, what are the measurements that you're really concerned with? What are the dependent variables that is? I was able to clearly see what the independent variables, the things you'll be manipulating. What are the specific measurements that you'll actually be taking that you're trying to evaluate?
So some of the things we're really trying to make sure we don't forget what we've learned from the previous experiments. In this case, the observation study was key to us, and we always like to go back to the observation study. So one thing I'm telling my graduate students is really engage in, let's have our concrete, like we're gonna study these variables, but we've also instructed the technician to collect every variable possible, right? Essentially what we're doing is pulling as much big data, I know Dr. Liu loves that, pulling as much big data as we possibly could bring in and see post hoc analysis if there were subsequent effects. So the main variables we're really looking at is time to cross, right?
Okay.
Very essential, right? How long does it really take you to cross? With that, we realize, and I'm a human factors person, you train me, so you know this, I really understand baselining, and that's really where I ground myself. So my students, and I really talk to them about this, is who cares how long it took them to cross if we don't understand how long it would take them to cross in a natural situation? So we went back to the observations and took some timing. So on average, how long does it take people to cross? But in the actual experiment, we want to make sure there is an acclimation period that we can dual purpose, right? Get them used to the virtual environment because it is a novel place and it is kind of weird the first time. But while they're doing that, we're having them walk back and forth across the situation. If you remember the visual, the tape on the floor is actually a one-to-one comparison to the VR. So what we have them do is walk back and forth a couple of times to see, without any distraction, without anything going on, how long does it take you to cross? And then once we start to introduce all these other factors, are we seeing any significant differences between your time of crossing? That will then just tell us your level of alertness, right? What is going on? The other factors we're really looking at is the communication gestures. You notice that the participant, when he was walking by, he kind of raised up his hand, right? Mm-hmm. We know that there's no actual drivers in the car. However, we're still seeing that the users are still creating these nonverbal gestures. So the question is are we figuring out that they're doing it for their own sake? Meaning, hey, I'm doing this in hopes that you've recognized me, or is it actually a confirmation between the two? So that's one thing we want to pull out at some point and see, okay, if we create this situation where we have two individuals in VR, that's one aspect of the My Music Machine Lab. They have a full car setup. So we're really trying to see is, can we connect it to, and that's where Sadie's project may come in, and seeing if we can connect it to and say, if we have a driver and a user or a pedestrian in the same VR environment, do they actually establish communication? And if they do, what are the effects of the crossing time and braking time? So those variables.
Okay.
But specifically for this project themselves, the main factors is that time of crossing, the differences between listening devices. So is there a factor in time? And the other thing was the secondary situational awareness, is at what point we're unable to do decibel level because it's a motion. That it proceeds in motion. So that would be a lot of calculations and we have to do a lot of stuff. So we're looking to do that later on. But in this case, we want to know at what point were you able to recognize that there was an alternative signal in the background, in this case, the alarm signal. We think that's going to be useful for other projects, especially like railroad crossings. We want to translate that over to the blind pedestrians and things like that. So if we know that there's a latency between the actual task and the signal you're hearing, there needs to be additional time built into the factor of the system that John mentioned before.
Okay, excellent. I think you have another question here from Debbie. It says, you said music beat influenced walking speed. Did it influence initiation to cross?
Well, that statement was from prior research. We haven't seen it in this current research yet because we're moving to that phase of data collection. So prior research says that yes, your beats per minute will have an effect on your gait. When you basically start to sync up with the music, depending on how fast the beat is. The other aspect is the initiation of the cross. That's a factor, Debbie, that we really want to look at. If you saw the video, there's a countdown going on, and we did that just to sync it up for the video. But one of the things that I sent a response is we may want to take away the countdown because the countdown saying go may initiate the cross. Right. So we really want to look at saying is maybe we should switch it to actually represent a current situation. So if you're standing at a crosswalk, something would tell you not to go. So it would be more of a hold situation. So maybe a beep that's counting on saying hold, hold, hold. And then once the beep stops, you're now able to proceed forward. So the effect of when they're going to start crossing, we do think is important. But in our case, as an experimentation, it's very hard to account for that variable because of the car variability, right? We had to stagger in which the cars come in. If not, they can have a huge learning effect. So we're not sure if the data collection of the initiation will have an effect because of when the cars were staggered.
Okay. I'm not seeing any additional questions, and I think we're a little over our time. So feel free, please, to reach out to Raphael if you have any additional questions on this study or the previous one that Sadie presented as well. I'm sure he'd be more than willing to engage in additional conversation over. Thank you, Raphael. Great presentation. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Our next presenter is Dr. Venkatesh Pandey from North Carolina A&T. See if there he is. Greetings, Dr. Pandey.
Hello.
He will be presenting on equitable dynamic pricing for express lanes. And I'll let him go ahead because I know we've eaten into a little bit of his time here.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. I am Venkatesh, and I am an assistant professor in the civil engineering department at North Carolina A&T State University. So the topic that I'll be presenting to you all is based on the project that CATM supported, and I'm grateful for that. It's on like equitable dynamic pricing for express lanes. So in some ways, it is roughly aligned with the idea of like vulnerable road users, but the concept is looking at more from the operations perspective and looking at who other users can be differentiated from pricings of certain facilities. And this work was primarily done in collaboration with like Bader, who has graduated, who's a graduate assistant, and Kennedy, who was an undergraduate assistant. And unfortunately, they couldn't join, but I'm presenting on their behalf and our research behalf. Okay, so I'll do a quick background establishing. So broadly, I think we all are aware of like the importance and need for establishing equity in transportation systems. So the goal is to provide equal levels of access to affordable and reliable transportation system, regardless of the background of the person. So, and making sure that whatever benefits that everyone is receiving, that's distributed fairly. So when I say distributed, means you're distributing both the costs and the benefit side of it in a fair manner. So there are various decisions in transportation systems that involve this equity consideration. And like in earlier today's lectures, we have seen a lot few on the provision of facilities type. For example, how do we provide side ramps? How do we incorporate like travelers who have other kind of impairments? You can also consider decisions in accessibility across population groups, like if there are certain transit services through certain poor neighborhoods, or looking at who is suffering the burden of externalities that some transportation decisions pose. For example, displacing of population groups, which sometimes happens due to construction of highways. The focus of our research is looking at the usage fees and regulation side of transportation decisions, broadly looking at how can we come up, like how does congestion pricing methods may end up differentiating among groups of travelers? And if so, how can we address that gap? So the primary focus of this work was express lane facilities. So these are priced managed lanes, or express lanes as sometimes they are termed. These are the lanes which provide reliable travel time in exchange for a toll. And this toll kind of varies dynamically with time. And express lanes have become very popular over the last few decades. I think there are more than 60 operational express lanes now, and I think we expect more than I think 90 by end of 2022. So I feel like it's growing exponentially in many ways because many agencies are recognizing the importance of these. However, there is always a question of whether these facilities leaves the economically disadvantaged travelers worse off. There are some real-world case studies that have analyzed this and have presented arguments in favor of or against equity for these express lanes. And broadly, it has been shown that that income, residential location, and urgency of travel that impacts who is using these lanes. And express lanes, because they offer a choice of whether you should pay or not, in some ways they are more equitable than standard toll roads. So that's a strong argument in its favor. And also recent studies have found that low-income households actually benefit more because they actually use the lanes during the peak period travel, which is where the most benefit is accrued due to the more congestion on the other lanes. However, there is still some high resistance against like whenever people think about tolling. So like we have seen some news articles where tolls can be higher, and there are like general resistance against going for a toll option. So like that's where they need for analysis for how whether or not these express lanes pose equity concerns come into play. So and more so, especially the current system of managed lanes that are coming up over the United States and other nations, is they pose additional complexities. For example, these network of price managed lanes comprises of multiple corridors which have different varieties of express lanes, tolling options, and they have complex access structures where you enter, where you don't, and complex tolling mechanism which is based on real-time sensors. So because of these complexities, it's harder to analyze like whether something is equitable or not. So the broad goal of this research was to identify if we can quantify and address this long-term equity issues that express lanes pose. So of course, you can look at this equity issue from a holistic perspective, like from a land use or a planning perspective, where you have that, okay, if the managed lanes were not considered, what other alternative would have been possible? And what benefit would that have created? And then you sort of do analysis of, okay, if not that, who is benefiting from using these lanes, etc. On the other hand, there is more of a short-term or operations perspective of equity, where we look at, okay, who is getting to use these express lanes once they are constructed? And broadly, the focus of this research was like, can we address the equity from this operations perspective, and specifically in the design of tolls? Like, can we design tolls in a way that can address some of the equity gaps that we identify? And broadly, we bring the lens of resource allocation to this problem. Like in some ways, we have this resource of accessing the corridor, which provides low travel time. And the question is, we want to allocate that resource among groups of travelers, everybody who wants to minimize their time. So how do we do that in a more equitable manner? So this question of how do we quantify this equity cost differential and then design the tolls in response to that, it's there are multiple approaches to it, though the one that is commonly used is like a modeling approach to evaluating equity. And this modeling approach, what it does is it effectively follows this 5-step process outlined in the NCHRP report. The idea is you identify your population group of analysis, find their needs and concerns, then measure the impacts of the proposed changes that you are trying to have, determine if they will create any disparities, and then you develop strategies to mitigate them. And throughout the process, you continue to do public engagement. And specifically, these last 3 steps require careful design of models that we commonly rely on in transportation systems. Because to measure an impact, we have to sort of simulate or analyze how will this project be impacting the entire groups and population. So that's where the focus that we are bringing in is like the modeling focus to addressing equity. Like we model different scenarios using regional or corridor level models. And our goal is to sort of study, select equity indicators and measure them, how will they perform in one way or the other. Okay, so if you look at some of the current literature on models of pricing, I won't go into too much depth here, but broadly, there are a variety of methods that are used to optimize express lanes that can be implemented. You can use dynamic programming, feedback control methods, or dynamic traffic assignment based optimization or reinforcement learning methods. So like these are some like model driven methods which design how to will determine how to design the tolls. One of the most recent study by Hall 2021 identified and did a more comprehensive equity-based analysis to this question. Their finding was that there is a way to design tolls where we price only a portion of the lanes such that nobody is worse off. So in some ways, like the graph here shows travelers being grouped by their value of time, like how much are they valuing traveling on the road in terms of dollar units. And on the x-axis is the inflexibility, how inflexible they are, like how urgently they have to travel. So a value of 1 means you are not flexible, you have to travel right now. Like imagine like going to airport and your flight is leaving in an hour. So they found that if we price all the lanes on a corridor, it does create some groups of travelers who are worse off. Their change in welfare is in the red. However, if we price a portion of the lanes, then everybody is at least better off as they were without a toll. However, like there are some assumptions in the model while it is comprehensive to analyze it for a larger system. Like some of the assumptions about whether there being a single entrance and exit location and the optimization objective of constantly being minimizing the cost was something that we are trying to relax and see if some of the findings can extend as well. And in primarily, if we just focus on the goal of revenue maximization as an objective, we have, I think in a prior study, we found that this revenue maximization tolls tend to have this jam and harvest behavior. So here I'm showing you the time space diagrams for how the toll profiles create the traffic congestion. On the left is the congestion on the express lanes, and the right is the congestion on the regular lanes. So we see that the tolls that maximize revenue tend to jam the regular lanes more so that more revenue is harvested in some ways. So this is in some ways like an unintentional behavior, unintentional sort of consequence of just purely maximizing the revenue. So in some ways, so this kind of led us to some particular specific questions that we are investigating is how can we quantify these unintended consequences and the differential impacts of dynamic tolls? And how can we improve the design of those tolls that can prevent such unintended behavior? So a bit on methodology, I'll be brief here. So again, as I mentioned, we are modeling methods to address analyzing equity on express lanes. So this is a schematic of our express lane corridor, where the top set of links are express lane, bottom set of links are general purpose lanes, different origins and destinations. These are the sensor points where data is collected, and these are the lanes where toll is charged or the toll gantry is located. So broadly, there are 3 groups of models that are involved here. The first is this demand side model, which explains like how many people will travel and whether or not they will take the express lane or not take it. So typically, it models the choices of whether or not they travel, departure time, lane choice, etc. On the contrast is the supply side model, which sort of incorporates how traffic flows, given that this is how people are traveling. So this is where We model queue spillback and use traffic flow theory to capture things. And on top of these demand and supply model is the toll optimization model, where our goal is to determine what toll to charge such that it satisfies the maximum and minimum constraints and it meets the set objective, which can be maximizing revenue, minimizing delay, etc. So this is like a broad modeling components. The specific assumptions that we are making relative to the equitable toll framework that I had introduced earlier is, so the first question is what is the population of analysis? So in our case, we are simplifying this analysis for the operation side. So we are focusing on travelers grouped into different bins, depending on their values of time. So if you are not very familiar with value of time, it's like a dollar equivalent of how much you're willing to pay for 1 unit of travel time that you spend on road. So in some ways, there has been studies that show that it's correlated with income. So people who have higher value of time tend to be higher income households. Though again, there are conflicting studies because sometimes low income households also have an urgency to travel. So their value of time is high, but they may not be able to afford to pay for that as much. So so that's the grouping that we are considering, the grouping based on value of time. The needs and concern, that we are assuming that people are wanting to minimize their travel time. They have some other better things to do than drive on road and sit in congestion. So the need is to minimize the time. We measure the impacts of proposed tolls using a mesoscopic traffic simulation, as the model that I introduced in the previous slide. We measure the disparities using the differentials of delay, like who is having the least amount of travel time versus who is not. And strategies to mitigate is how can we design like tolls or design discounts that kind of have mitigate those gaps. And for simplicity of analysis, I'll make a note that we assume that the demand is inelastic. So in the sense that once I said that toll, travelers are not going to choose not to travel or choose to travel on some other road. So this is a simplification we are making to simplify our analysis. Okay, so these are some of the test networks we considered. These are 3 abstract networks of different express lanes and 1 express lane network based in Austin, Texas, for which we have the data from the regional model. We assumed a discrete value of time distribution, like assuming that we can group the travelers in discrete bins of this value of time. So broadly, it follows the Burr distribution from, it's just a continuous distribution which has been calibrated in the past. Also, for a 5-minute time period, we assume that the maximum toll that can be charged is $4, minimum is 10 cents. And the tolls change every 5 minutes, and we are setting the toll over the course of 3 hours. So since it's a simulation-based analysis, we built the simulation models for the corridors, including the multi-class cell transmission model and lane choice being governed by logit, as well as a decision route framework. We simulate toll profiles in increments of 5-minute intervals with changing tolls at different time. The goal is like the demand for the corridor is greater than the capacity. So there will be an inevitable congestion that builds on the corridor because even if you don't do any tolling, there will be congestion because demand is greater than capacity. But the goal is to show that different tolls may actually underutilize the corridor capacity and may result in this additional congestion. So here is like a sort of a breakdown of, so each dot here is a toll profile, which is plotted on 2 objectives here, the revenue and the delay, which is the total system to travel time objective. So we see that the tolls that tend to generate lower delay have much lower revenue, whereas the ones that tend to have higher delay tend to have higher revenue. Sorry, I mean, it's like the correlation you can study from this graph. So broadly, again, this is the reason is associated with the Jarman harvest nature of revenue maximizing profiles. But what we're interested in is looking at this Pareto frontier of this plot, like the tolls that lie on this frontier, which are of interest to us. And especially when we sort of break down that Pareto frontier and across the groups of travelers, we see that that travelers which have higher value of time, which correlates with higher income travelers, tend to have lower delay even when the revenue being generated is high, whereas most of the burden is suffered by travelers who have lower value of time. which is assumed to be correlated with lower income. So this is in some ways the delay differential, like that I alluded to earlier, that there are some groups of travelers which are suffering more burden of delay. And our goal is how can we mitigate that? And that's the equity metric in our analysis. So broadly, we first we do is like try to identify what this equity differential depends on. So I'll quickly skim through some of the findings. Like if the first thing is if we ignore the demand diversion, and then the delay differentials are higher when there is higher demand, as we expect, like the delays increase by up to 6 minutes for lower income relative to when the demand is at base level. Because again, if there is more congestion, more burden on low VOT travelers. If we ignore demand diversion, if we incorporate demand diversion using a factor, then these delay differentials reduce. If we increase the toll upper limit, like if we allow more toll to be charged, it actually increases the delay differential again, because you can charge higher toll to generate a higher revenue this time. And finally, if we considered lane choice to be a little bit more stochastic and not very rationally driven, then again, delay differentials are slightly lower than the other. So broadly, I think among these four results that I just showed, like it's evident that while changing the toll objective may minimize the delay differentials, the gap is never completely eliminated, even if we are sort of minimizing the delay or any other objective. So there is always some gap between these groups. And the question is, can we still explicitly address that gap? So there comes more bolder approaches towards economic inclusion. And the goal is, can we address those delay differentials using discounts? So this graphic here, which came out in a study by WSP for express lane facilities, they conducted different types of toll options that can be incorporated for these managed lane facilities, like offering a fixed % discount, fixed toll credit, fixed number of free trips, or lower maximum toll. And among them, these two options of giving fixed toll credit and fixed number of free toll trips were the most popular ones that they found. So broadly, any kind of discount option that we provide can be converted, regardless of the time scale, into a discount per trip. So let's assume that we are giving group K a discount of DK. Then what we do is we consider a model for how this discount varies. We consider a linear variation of this discount. So let's say the traveler who has maximum value of time doesn't have to give any discount to them. So they pay the actual price, whereas the traveler which has minimum value of time will pay a certain value of discount. And all the other groups in between will pay a linearly varying group. So again, quick highlights of some of the results on this based analysis. I'm right now focusing on just two groups. So the first thing we find is that higher is the proportion of lower value of time traveler, higher is the gap between the groups. So if there is more low income travelers, some low value of time travelers to be specific, then there is higher gap between the groups. Second, if we increase the discount that we offer to the travelers, then sort of the delay differential reduces. There is a point, like if we offer 50% discount, then the delay differential is actually 0. And if we offer more than that, then actually the profile reverses, where the low income travelers actually are benefiting more because they are getting too much discount. So in some ways, there is like a sweet spot. And we show that we can actually derive an expression for this, like a sweet spot for giving discount, which is it should be in the ratio of the value of time of travelers. So the optimal value of maximum discount to offer is the minimum value divided by the maximum value of time times 100%, which is why, because the tolls were $15 and $30, giving a 50% discount was actually optimal in this case. And I'll probably do this as a final slide, but this is another interesting component of analysis, which is quantifying price of fairness. So which is like the idea that how much are we expecting a loss in system efficiency to make the system fair? So in some ways, we are trying to argue that if fairness is an objective, how much loss in revenue can you expect? So loss of revenue for fair outcomes divided by best possible revenue. And we find that like if we don't offer a discount, we can generate up to $5,000 for our scenarios. Whereas if you do offer equitable discount, it's only around $3,600. So in our experiments, this price of fairness ranged from 25 to 34%, means this is the expected loss we can in revenue we can expect. We can even quantify the price of fairness for delay objective, and we find that that range is slightly lower. We only expect an increase in delay by 9% up to maximum if we go for a fair objective. So revenue loss is much more significant if we try to make it economically fair. So broadly, how do we translate these findings to the real world? Again, so right now we are proposing discounts based on value of time. It's very hard to measure these quantities. So there are more indirect or more acceptable alternatives that can be chosen. For example, like I-10 Express Lane is implementing giving fixed credit to travelers who are low income on their transponders that they have in their devices. Similarly, you can give discounts to public buses. You can offer some few days which are free. And there are, but in the end, there is still some real world challenge in sort of applying this study to the real world, because the findings that we have is still model driven. How does it translate to the real world is the question. With that, I do have a slide in conclusion, but I think I'll probably stop here in respect of time. I think it's the same conclusions that the choice of dynamic tolls do impact the differential. And if we propose the discount which can address those differential gaps, and we suffer a loss of about 25 to 34% revenue in doing so. In our future work, we would like to maybe provide numerical bounds on this price of fairness and incorporate departure time choice and schedule delays. Okay, I know I kind of overskipped my time, but yeah, thank you for your attention, and I will be happy to take questions now.
You're fine. The last presenter said he can make it up when or the next presenter said that he can make it up when it's his turn. So no worries. We will at least give you the opportunity. Thank you for the presentation. I'll give the opportunity to at least address any of the questions that have popped into the Q&A and chat. And there is one from Dr. Liu. He does commend you on your talk and ask, how did you measure delay differential? And do you consider the distribution of delay time and the gap between each distribution?
Yeah, so the way we measure delay differential is for any toll profile, like how much, like what is the average delay per group of traveler, and the absolute value of difference between that across all possible toll profiles, and especially the ones that say maximize revenue. That's the one that we are measuring as the delay. So to answer your question, it's the absolute value of the difference between the terms. I know there are other metrics for quantifying equity, which involves like proportionality of these metrics. However, in this, we just consider the absolute difference of the maximum versus minimum.
Okay. And I'm not seeing any other questions in the Q&A. So just out of respect for the next presenter's time, thank you so much, Dr. Pandey, for the presentation. Again, feel free to reach out to him. He is one of our own here at North Carolina A&T, so you can find him on our website. He also did a webinar in December, so that is posted on our website as well if you want to see that. So with that, we will hand the floor over to Dr. Anton, who will be presenting on Road Trip, which stands for Rural Older Adult Driver Tailored Research Integrated Plan.
And you know how hard it is to get that kind of an acronym to work out like that. So.
That is true. You actually have all the vowels in the right place.
We strive to have our vowels in the right place. We vow to have our vowels in the right place. But I think you'll see when I start talking about this that it really does incorporate all those elements. So it's not just an acronym. So do want to note, of course, this research is sponsored by CATM, but also the National Surface Transportation Safety Center for Excellence. And you see my collaborators there, John Hankey and Brian Watring. So what is rural? Well, the official definition is not urban, according to the US Census Bureau, which is, of course, is sparsely populated, low housing density, greater distances to services and urban centers, limited transportation or transit opportunities, difficult or intractable mobility challenges. All these things together present difficult or sometimes intractable mobility challenges for older adult drivers, but not just because of the situation they're in, but because of whatever decrements and functional capabilities they may have acquired, over the course of their lifetime. and there's just reduced access and connectivity. So demographics and land use. So if we look at population demographics as a country, we're 80% urban. So that's the maroon part, and the orange part is the rural, but the rural still represents some 63 million or so individuals. And so when we flip that around and we look at land use, it's the opposite story. So 97% of our country is actually considered rural. So all those 80% of the people live in 3% of the space. And so this next slide just illustrates that same construct. The population in the red splotches is greater than the population in all the gray splotches put together. So here you can see, this is our original smart road test facility. It's a highway portion. And I'm just pointing this out. The research I'm going to be kind of mentioning today was not conducted on the smart road test track, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention, since we're talking about rural type research, that we have in recent years expanded our smart road facility to include a rural roadway with all this mileage and acreage of additional roadways that are especially useful for testing autonomous vehicles, or any kind of scenario, but autonomous vehicles in very challenging situations, not just sort of the pristine ones that you might see in some locations. So prior research that we've done at VTTI and with this team, we looked at the national programs, national programs for dealing with these kinds of challenges that we just discussed. If we found 162 unique programs that were documented, they involve rideshare type programs, transit, ones involving police forces, different kinds of educational approaches, different kinds of transit and paratransit options, and GPS-based solutions. So some of the potential or desired solutions include customizable navigation systems. We'd like to see this, options to avoid typical self-imposed options that you can input into your GPS navigation system to help you avoid the typical scenarios that people actually tend to restrict from themselves, like unprotected left turns across path or interstates or other high-speed roads, etc. Geotemporal fencing, so staying within certain bounds, or perhaps the opposite, staying outside of certain areas that may be more congested or more difficult. And temporal fencing obviously is driving only at certain times of the day where we have good lighting, but perhaps not as much traffic. Expand rideshare, volunteer driver opportunities. ITN America has been, is one organization that's really been leading the way over the past quarter century. They've given out well over 1 million rides, volunteer ride. They've organized over 1 million volunteer rides. And their latest push is something called ITN Country, which is specifically designed to address, at least from their perspective, do their part to address this rural older adult mobility problem. Now, maybe I should have said ITN America is primarily aimed at older adults. There's no one size fits all solution. Typically, there's something called in Denmark, there's something called Flex Danmark. Nope, that's not a typo. It's really called Flex Danmark. But this is a really interesting model for how to deal with some of these problems that we're seeing, because it's really a data level and user interface level and artificial intelligence level way to integrate ride solutions for older adults, and even across jurisdictions and different disparate entities and companies and governmental agencies. And that's now being tested to some degree by some AARP folks in the United States. And so I'm excited to see more about that. So another study we did that was sponsored by NSF is looking at rural mobility challenges in Southwest Virginia. We wanted to look in our particular area as an example to examine alternate transportation, what the alternate transportation ecosystem is like for older rural adults in this area. I say this area, that's near Roanoke, which is kind of the big city near us. And you might say, well, if it's a big city, what's rural about it? But there are many rural elements around Roanoke. So approach was we interviewed stakeholders, the actual transportation transit providers. We also did a survey of rural older adults who are, obviously experiencing the various challenges. Problems found included a variety of barriers to mobility. They need to schedule, we heard Dr. Cooper speaking about this earlier today, people needing to schedule way too far in advance. And the flip side of that coin is no short-term spontaneous scheduling. And you heard about the difficulty for the person attending the wedding, and it sounded like he didn't get to attend the reception, et cetera. So, and those kind of problems are just, you can imagine, repeated every day, every week. Limited, of course, he was talking primarily about disabled people. I'm talking about older adults, but there's certainly some overlap in the mobility challenges that both of those groups face. So limited options outside of the city center. Obviously, as you move away from urban, get more rural, those opportunities go down. There's no bus stop, et cetera. Lack of infrastructure, sidewalks, bus stops, bus shelters, and just a general lack of awareness of what the available options are. And as we just talked about with the Flex Denmark example, a true lack of integration across entities. Some of these entities may just simply be forbidden from operating outside their jurisdictions. We can't cross this line, or we can't cross this boundary, et cetera. So that in part inspired Road Trip. Again, that's rural older adult driver trip. So the overview, it's first the thing I want to say is this is in addition to being research, is also a program. And that's something that's kind of novel for us. Typically, at least in my career at VTTI, and I think in most of our what we've been doing at VTTI over the last 25 or 30 years is research, and good valuable research, but it's not as much of an effort to actually deliver programs to people in our community. But there's a new initiative that this is a big part of, and there are other aspects to this initiative, and we're calling it Giving Back. So where we actually try to reach out and touch people's lives and improve their lives in addition to conducting the research. So approach, recruit rural older adults to participate, engage them in a broad assessment of their personal capabilities and situation, and propose a program that's tailored to that particular individual's situation and his or her needs. The goal is to enhance safety, mobility, and life satisfaction. So, this slide, in the interest of time, I won't go into a lot of detail here, but this is really just trying to talk about the process by which we took all the assessments that we considered and distilled them down, using the criteria shown here. Things like, research, are they face valid, et cetera, to get down to the actual set that we wanted to use that engaged different aspects of physical fitness, health and well-being, preference and access, and their particular knowledge and concerns. And we engaged in a very similar process to distill down the broad array of interventions that we considered, and using a very similar set of criteria to distill those down to the set of interventions that we're considering applying: vehicle-based, route restrictions and route selection, education and training, driving related, and then medical, sort of encouraging people to seek additional medical care and where it may be appropriate. So based on that, we get this overview. So the assessments of the rural older adult, again, we do the functional assessments, health and medical concerns, what are their self-expressed concerns, not just about themselves, but also about their environment and situation, support structures, what's their cognitive status that we assess at a high level, what technologies are available to them, and again, what does their personal situation and environment look like. We apply the program, we evaluate their data, and then we apply the interventions. So these are going to be a variety of things, and it's going to be tailored to that particular person's needs, as I mentioned earlier. So OEM-based advanced driver assistance systems as applicable. We're not going to buy them a new car or encourage them to buy a new car. But if these are available and they're going to become more and more available over time, I'm going to be talking about this in a couple of hours. Again, geotemporal fencing, using existing programs like CarFit, which helps to physically and otherwise fit the person into his or her vehicle in a way that's the safest, and so you can operate the vehicle most effectively. Training or retraining, programs like AARP offer this. It typically results in a discount in one's insurance, driving restrictions, which we can suggest. And then again, back to the ADAS or advanced driver assistance systems for the tier 1 aftermarket approach. So once we apply the program, then we end up with, of course, a series of possible interventions across the top row here, and then a series of possible, what the assessments indicated. So some of these are, we apply based on the assessment, whatever the assessment indicates that we say, and whereas some of these are algorithm independent, and we would apply these assessments regardless. So the algorithm, this involves some manual effort, and we're going to be looking at all the data, all the assessment data, to try and some of their driving data in order to develop the interventions. But we also are developing an algorithm to help guide this, so that it'll be a little bit less intense effort on the part of the researcher. And also, one of the big goals here, obviously, in the big picture long run, is to expand the footprint of this. We're going to be piloting it in the near future. But if it's successful and it works, we're going to want to expand the scope of this and the footprint, as I said. And so having the process be as automated as feasible will help. And so that's why we're developing this algorithm, to suggest possible intervention type solutions. So methods, first of all, participant management. Obviously, we need to recruit people and conduct intake into the study. Then we administer the assessments, functional, situational, cognitive, and that leads to our analysis and individual tailoring process, where we develop driving restrictions, driving mobility supplementation as appropriate, and the outcomes and improvements are measured in safety, mobility, and satisfaction. So these might be some of the driving types of data that we collect and feed into our assessment program. You can see the GPS trace for the driver. We also know his or her speed at the various data collection points, which is at this point, it's every couple of seconds. That may change over time. So the current status, we're just about to submit to the IRB. There's some complexity here, as there is with any study, but it's some special complexity because we're not just conducting research as I said earlier, and as we've done in the past, but we're really implementing a program, and that presents certain special challenges that we have to address and mitigate. So for the bigger picture, it's all about driving safety. That's at the core, but it's really about a lot more. It's about personal mobility, not just driving. There may be, we need to find safe, convenient, and affordable options that, in addition to driving, it could be friends, volunteer services, ride hailing, transit, paratransit opportunities. So it goes beyond driving. And it really even goes beyond mobility altogether. We need to make sure that people's needs are being met. So maybe the need can be met without any mobility in some cases. We can do telehealth, encourage drone deliveries, et cetera. And while you don't want to be totally stationary, but if we can eliminate some of the transportation needs, that might improve someone's life. And that's really what it's about, is overall life satisfaction. So what questions do you have? I don't know if I have any time for questions, but what questions do you have?
Thank you, John. Appreciate that presentation. I'm looking at the Q&A in the chat, and I'm not seeing any specific questions. Wait just a second and make sure nobody's dropping anything in there. All right. And so I appreciate the fact that, this is one of the projects that we're able to collaborate with another one of the UTCs. And so that, because the center that you said on your cover page, that's one of our UTCs, isn't it? Or is it a different center?
It is not.
It is not. Okay, I'm sorry.
It was initiated as a federal activity and a federal initiative, and then when the initial funds ran out, it transitioned out of that, but it's continued on for many years after that. So
Okay. All right. Well, for the sake of time, we will go ahead and move on to the next presenter, but please, you know where to reach John. He's going to still be with us for quite a while until the end of the day. So feel free to drop him a message if you do have some questions that pop up as we move on through the rest of the presentations today. So our next presenter is Mr. Justin Owens, and he will be presenting on the development, design, and calibration of the Vulnerable Road User Mobility Assistance Platform. So another mouthful. And with that,
good afternoon, everybody.
All right, let me change up the spotlight so we can see you, Justin.
Great.
There you are.
Can everybody hear and see me and see my slides?
Yes.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Miranda, for putting this together, and John and everybody else who worked so hard on this. We really appreciate it. I'm excited to talk with you all about what we've been doing on this project. Some of you might remember this from some of the previous symposiums that we were at, but it's been a while. So this is the VRU MAP project, the Vulnerable Road User Mobility Assistance Platform that Andrew Miller and I are leading here at VTTI in conjunction with Dr. Sun Yi and Dr. Yunho Sung at NCANT. So we're just going to talk through some background where we're at now, and if we have any time at the end, we'd love to chat some more because as you'll see, we're really looking for opportunities to move this forward. We're about done with this project, but this really is just the start. And we think that there's a great opportunity here to continue pressing forward with helping vulnerable road users, particularly those with disabilities, to move safely through the world. So our genesis for this project was we got to thinking about how pedestrians with disabilities are currently served or underserved as they are trying to get from point A to point B. So for someone like me without a disability, I say, oh, I'm here at my house. I think I'd like to go down to the mall today, or I'm in a new place and I need to figure out how to get to this restaurant down the street. Well, I bring up my iPhone and I pop up Apple Maps or Google Maps or whatever, and there you go. It gives me walking directions. And that's pretty good. I start at point A, I get to point B, no problem. Now, for someone who's in a wheelchair or has one of a number of other disabilities, perceptual, physical, cognitive disabilities, they want to do the same thing. The map shows them the same thing. Now, the problem is that there are a lot of situations that they may run into or encounter on the way to their destination that are not being accounted for. So, for example, the sidewalk may be under construction. The sidewalk may be closed or not exist to begin with. There may be, such as here in San Francisco, very steep stairs that their wheelchair could not traverse. Although Dr. Cooper's working on a very cool wheelchair that might be able to do that, but that's not available yet. There might be sidewalks in bad states of repair, such as giant trees are busting through them. More simply, there are just a lot of patches and buckling that are difficult or impossible for somebody in a wheelchair using some other type of mobility device to pass. So for someone in this type of situation, the information that's presented, the navigation options that are presented are just simply not feasible for them. So we're interested in pressing forward. And in this project, working to develop assistance for people who have physical disabilities or other disabilities. We'd like to be able to expand this with non-driving navigation. So we're focused on pedestrian. So whether they're walking, using wheelchairs, scooters, sometimes multimodal transit, but essentially non-drivers, to go from point A to point B in the built environment. Now, the real core of this project is that we're working to combine personal capabilities, so what an individual's capabilities and limitations are, with external information about the world that's both persistent and transient to result in a flexible, personalized assistance platform. And that's where this sort of long, convoluted acronym name came from. Now, the end goal of this project is a functional prototype that we have, and we're looking to, I'll show you later on, just a little teaser. We're looking to build further upon this in partnerships with future projects, whether in UTCs or other funding agencies, academic and industry partners, but we're really excited for the possibilities of supporting flexible navigation for people with disabilities. Now, just as a basic use case illustration, and the illustrations I'll use here are a little bit out of date, as you'll see soon. We can imagine that somebody in a wheelchair needs to head to a market down the street. They're in an unfamiliar area, for example. So they bring up this, they bring up their VRU map application. The first time they use it, they need to answer some questions about what their capabilities and what their preferences and needs are. Then it comes with a very simple, straightforward interface that allows them to search like any existing map application, starts to begin to chug to make a route. Now, when it's doing the route calculation, it takes into account all of these things that are going on in the background. So as I said, the individual's capabilities, current weather, we'll talk more about all these in a few minutes, traffic, transit information, accessibility, road slope, all these things that may have impact or affect how this individual is able to get from point A to point B. It takes all those considerations, uses those to calculate a route, and then presents this customized route, then with overlaid information about hazards and things that are relevant to this person's interest, and finally provides turn-by-turn pedestrian directions to that person. Now, the platform that we've come up with and that I'll be showing you a little bit later on is based on sort of 6 major components that I'd like to talk through here. First of all is the user interface. This is really important because since we're building this for a vulnerable population, we need to take that population into account when we're actually developing the interface itself. As I've said a couple of times, the core of this is really based on personalization, because as we'll talk about more in Andrew's presentation after this, the needs of the disability community are broad and diverse, and there is no such thing as one-size-fits-all solution for the disability community. We need to think about what types of data sources we're pulling from that we can bring in to support this back-end routing information. We need to actually develop this routing algorithm so that it actually works and is responsive to all these things. We need to build a back-end that supports this. And then finally, I'll talk a little bit more about this in a couple of minutes, but we wanted to make this as flexible as possible across multiple platforms. So first of these that I want to talk about is the user interface. Now, as I said, we want to make this as usable as possible to a broad range of people. The development platform that we're working with at the moment is iPad OS based. I have it on an iPad sitting by me here if anybody wants to fiddle around with it virtually. But as you'll see, we have nice big icons, a friendly user interface. For people that have used traditional navigation applications, they can really get bogged down in very small UI elements that are hard to use, especially if you're trying to manipulate a wheelchair or a walker or something else like that. We want to base the whole capabilities concept around a very friendly, simple, straightforward question and answer that can identify an individual's capabilities and limitations. Finally, we want to be able to produce real turn-by-turn directions. We've toyed around with some augmented reality as well in partnership with our NCINT colleagues that I'll come back to in a couple of minutes. And finally, we want to be able to provide real-time data about relevant features. So this is right now what's going on in the world. Are there benches? Are there restrooms? Is there a slick spot? Are there things that may help you along your journey or things that we need to route around or that you need to be aware of, such as a sidewalk out or any of these other things that could impede your journey? Secondly, I want to talk a little bit more about this personalization concept. This is really, really critical because, as I said, the disability community and the needs of people who are using an application like this are very diverse. So it's very important that we build this to recognize what individuals need from a navigation application. So to do that, we've come up with a series of questions within the application that requests users provide information about their own capabilities and preferences. So that includes things like their abilities to go on and off of curbs. So for example, in a wheelchair, it could be very, very hard to get on and off of a curb if there are not curb cuts present. Incline and walkability for slopes. So a steep slope, particularly combined with things like slippery conditions, could be impassable for somebody who's using a walker or a wheelchair. Stairs could be impossible. Weather, people may be particularly susceptible to slippery conditions. On the positive side, where the availability of things like benches that people can rest on. So maybe they're able to walk, maybe they can go up a couple stairs, but they need to take a rest after that. Shelter, some people who may be particularly vulnerable might need more shelter from the elements, from the rain. People may need access to regular toilet facilities. So this brings up the question of what sort of data sources we can get to support this, because this is all fine and dandy if you can actually find this information out in the world, right? So roughly half of the data that we pull in for this is publicly available. OpenStreetMaps provides the basis for all of the basic map information, as well as sidewalk information, benches, things like that. Elevation can be brought in from mapping government databases. Weather can be brought in from the NOAA database. Transit has a standard GTFS interface, which I blanked on what that stands for, but basically it's a standardized way of providing real-time transit information that can be tapped into with an API. Now, the second thing that we're looking at is for information that's not publicly available or maybe changing quickly in real time. We've built in a crowdsourced component. So that's things that may be transient, like temporarily closed sidewalks or slippery sections, or it might be things like stairs and construction that may simply not be available in public databases. So the convergence of crowdsourced and publicly available information is really core to making this a usable functional application. Now, the routing algorithm itself that we've developed brings in as inputs roadway data and points of interest from Mapbox, along with personal user data and capabilities, environmental data like traction and elevation information, transit data, and it combines all these things together in output to provide a custom route that's tailored to both the user, the situation, and the environment. And it does this using Postgres SQL with this customized backend that we've developed that calculates optimized routes by assigning weights to each segment, basically edge weights. So I'll talk a little bit more about that on the next slide. Now, this is just sort of a hand-waving hypothetical weighting concept, and this is somewhere that this is all functional, but this is something that we would love to pursue more, figuring out exactly how to tailor these weights to very different user bases. So what we can see here is things like each one of these factors that we bring in has set values, has essentially valence weightings for the strength of how important this factor is to an individual, and then what their rating of that severity is. So for example, benches could be really, really important to an individual. You can then combine the individual factor values with the user ratings to get sort of a combined edge weighting that can then be tallied up for each segment of a trip to give positive and negative valences. And that's how these routes are constructed. So I won't belabor this, we can talk more about it, but I know we're a little bit tight on time. Now, the development status, we are in the 4th year of the project now, I believe. For the first couple of years of the project, we worked with undergraduate CS students. I think a lot of you got a chance to meet and talk with our students in the past symposium. We were happy to be able to bring them along. Through the past year, thanks in part to COVID and thanks in part to running up against the limits of what undergraduates are actually able to do, we brought the rest of it in-house, the sort of final bringing it all together. We brought in members from the VTTI Division of Technology Implementation who really were able to bring together what we've been working on, what the students have been working on, into a final functional application prototype. So we currently have this prototype running on iPad OS. But as the front end is coded in Flutter, it makes it very simple to switch this over to different screen sizes. So like, for example, for use on an iPhone, as well as cross-platform to Android implementations. As I said, the backend's been coded using Postgres with PostGIS and PG routing. This is all currently functional and operational for the Blacksburg area. And by bringing in other maps from OpenStreetMaps, we can expand this essentially indefinitely to other areas of the country. So I'm going to take a minute here. I'm hoping this is going to work because I think this is really cool. I want to show you, I'm going to walk you through a video of what this app actually looks like at the moment. Okay, so this is bringing up from the home screen interface. This is showing that we have live maps here. The first time a user uses this, or any time in the future they want to modify their responses, they can go into this screen, which is basically walking people step by step through their own capabilities, and uses simple natural language information talking about how difficult or easy it is for people to do these various aspects that I talked about earlier. Now, once they do this, this gets saved. Again, they can come back and change it later, but that then gets saved essentially locally to their profile. We can then go in and search. In this case, we're going to search for library. And this is all working in real time. So yeah, notice again that we have very simple interface elements here, and that then goes into turn by turn. This is just a demonstration mode, but this is how it would work, although not quite so quickly. Here again, we're going to search now using one of those quick buttons at the bottom. If you tap on one of those shortcut buttons, you don't have to type it in, it'll just take you to a supermarket. And again, this is illustrating how turn by turn works. You can see that we have overlaid on the map things like benches. If there were restrooms here, you'd be able to see that, or hazards that would pop up, so that we can really bring in real time information about the environment that's important for a user to know, whether it's on their path or near it. So they would be able to tell if there's a bench that's sort of nearby that they might want to go off and take a rest at. So that's where we're at with the app. I want to talk just for a moment here, because we're tight on time, about some of the work that our NCANT colleagues have been doing. I mentioned that they've been working on a machine vision component for this. So this, what I'm going to talk about the next few slides, was Dr. Debbie Chilakuri's dissertation work, working with Sun Yi and Young Ho Sun. And you'll see they have a citation here that you can follow to learn more about this. And basically, they're working on creating an application for helping elderly users to use machine vision to identify information out in the world, things like signs and obstacles, not even sidewalks. Now, this is an example of some of the machine vision technology that they've been working on, how to identify signs both that are unoccluded, which is relatively straightforward, but also identify signs that are occluded. And this is very important. If you're using augmented reality in an application like this, that it can pull out information from the world, present it to user and say, hey, look over here, here's an important sign that you want to pay attention to. They're building this based on TensorLite, which is TensorFlow's solution for mobile embedded devices. And they're working on training that up. There's a lot, we're running tight on time here. And so in conclusion, they're using this to help develop ways to sort of merge with the work that we've been doing at VTTI to provide more real-time information to support elderly users, users with disabilities, to in real time find out important information in the world and bring it to the attention of the user at the relevant time. Now, the next steps, as I talked about, we're currently performing real world evaluations, and we're also working on the final report because this is ready to be submitted. But we are seeking opportunities for further collaboration on this. This really is just the beginning, really the beta version of this, where we have a functional prototype, but we'd love to extend this further, whether it's further UTC projects or collaborations with other agencies and individuals. Dr. Cooper, if you're listening, we're just really excited to move forward with this. We think this is just a wonderful opportunity. We really appreciate what CATM's done for helping us start this project out. So I will stop here. I think I'm a little bit over time, but I would love to chat more if anybody has any questions.
Thank you, Justin. That was very informative and yeah, very much needed by individuals with visual impairments as well as the physical impairments. I don't see any questions in the chat or the Q&A at this time. So just for the sake of time, because I know we have moved into our break, we're going to move on to the next presenter, but feel free to reach out to Justin. As he said, he is open to collaborations and furthering this project. I know it's been a big lift developing this app, and so we definitely want to see it utilized in the future. So if you have any ideas of how to best get this out there into the user's hands, please reach out to Justin or me, and I can definitely put you in touch with Justin so that we can move forward with the next phases of this project.
Yeah,
thank you, Justin. I appreciate it. All right, so because we are into our break, I'm sure many of you have been taking breaks probably along the way, getting your stretches in. So we're going to move right on into the next presentation, which is by Mr. Andrew Miller. And so we'll give him a moment. Let me shift our focus here. We love looking at Justin, but I think we can release him.
You can look at Justin the whole time if you want.
We will release him from the spotlight and put you on the spotlight.
Are you able to hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see your slides. And we
Perfect.
can see you now.
That sounds great.
All right,
so I'll go ahead and start.
Go ahead.
Perfect. So my name is Andrew Miller. I'm from the Virginia Tech Transportation Institute. Today I'll speak on our completed project, the analysis of non-driving needs of people with disabilities. This effort was undertaken with my colleague, Justin Owens. He referenced it a few times during his presentation. We also had Dr. Carolyn Shivers from the Human Development Department at Virginia Tech. This was a year-long project to supplement some of the work performed in the VRU MAP project. A lot of it was in terms of lit review and looking into the individualized components of the application and how we can utilize these findings into the VRU map itself as well. So here we go. The largest undertaking of this effort was to conduct a user needs survey to identify and understand specific user issues and capabilities, specifically as they relate to navigation. Essentially, it's the first or last mile, but for those with disabilities and again, specifically for those that travel without cars. Again, the end goal itself was to provide information and input into a VRU map that was just presented. So throughout this survey, we do target all types of disabilities. We did focus heavily on two populations. The first was elderly with mobility issues. Those issues are typically related to age. And then second was individuals with other types of disabilities, which can include physical or mobility issues as well. So they aren't necessarily exclusive, but there is kind of a distinct, I should say, split that you can see throughout some of the results. So the user needs survey itself incorporated a custom set of survey items with topics informed from literature. Specifically, we included demographics, a comprehensive list of disability types that specifically can affect mobility, whether they used public transportation, and then subsequently any related challenges to it, any general challenges related to route characteristics. Some of the pictures that Justin showed in the previous presentation really highlight what we were trying to get at. So I'll talk about some of those specific route characteristics shortly. And then any other specifics or special cases of transportation issues. So during distribution, we contacted over 300 organizations in which roughly 10% agreed to disseminate survey information. We did have considerations in place if the participant was 18 or older, but was unable to personally provide consent. So that opportunity was there. We did collect data in REDCap. And then following the survey completion, we allowed for basically them to sign up for a follow-up interview. 30 of those individuals gave permission for it, and we have 10 completed follow-up interviews, which just delve more in depth into those specific case issues. So in total, we had 352 individuals on the survey. We had 160 participants complete it fully. So from there, we broke down the disability types into intellectual developmental disability, learning disability, physical disability, psychiatric disability, sensory, communication, and then the opportunity for an other. Typically the other incorporated cerebral palsy, multiple sclerosis, epilepsy, traumatic brain injury. So really a whole gambit of information was captured regarding people with disabilities. We had a pretty big spread across each of these. The physical disabilities captured a lot of the individuals, particularly again because it originates from the two populations, where one in particular was the elderly with mobility issues. So that's where you'll see part of this here. We also do see about 40% comorbidity where they would select multiple disabilities here. So some other general demographics, it was largely female for those that answered the survey, largely white Caucasian. We did have some multiracial, and across each of these demographics, there were also some non-response. We had a pretty good split for the living environment, whether suburban, urban, or rural. Employment status there, roughly 40% were employed or in school, and age, it's a pretty good representation across the board, other than the 18 to 21 age group, which was only 4%. So most of those that you'd see employed or in school are typically employed rather than in school. So to break down some of the disabilities as well, we captured specific either disabilities or physical mobility assistance tools, such as in the top right. Here we've got manual wheelchairs, power wheelchairs, walkers, canes. And again, you'll see the highlight for each of these. There are a number of those with physical disabilities, and then the second highest category was sensory. So whether it was sensitivity to noise or light, or blindness and deafness. A lot of these participants, again, since they came from targeted organizations, so they are part of the organization to accommodate basically their disability and to find other information out about it, or meet and talk with others. So the spread is here, and I'll talk more about that shortly. But first, I did want to show, we had a correlation table here between different disabilities to see which ones relate to each other. The significant ones are highlighted in yellow. There's not much notable here in regards to where the comorbidities lie, other than, again, looking at the physical with intellectual and developmental disorders. There is a negative correlation there. That's, again, more reflective of our dual sampled population. So one of the first questions that we got into was how they typically moved around. You'll see here, one of the other interests to us was public transportation. Roughly 50% used either frequently or somewhat infrequently public transportation. For those that answered yes to some extent, we did have follow-up questions related to public transportation and using it, both for, again, incorporation into VRU map and the individualized components, but also to see what kind of issues they experience during public transportation. You'll see second here is mobility equipment. There were a lot of individuals that have or utilize mobility equipment in getting around. And then further down here is car as passenger and car as driver. So roughly 75% do drive in the car as a passenger, and roughly 50% do with some regularity drive the car itself. So this was an important aspect of the VRU map, since what we had originally intended with the map, with the VRU map program, is to basically capture those that don't use cars or don't have access to cars for their navigation purposes. So second here, we wanted to capture their transportation destination, where they typically navigate to, errands, socialization, or work and school, with another category. The most interesting thing to note here is there is a subsample of the population, roughly 10 to 15%, which will rarely go on errands or for socialization, let alone work or school. So there is a population that can be evaluated in the future, I'd say, in terms of what are the specific barriers for those individuals, whether it is something where they are sort of confined to the house, and what are the reasons for that, in terms of if it's something that can be overcome by some of the research in the future in this area. So the survey items themselves, we created a general challenges scale, general challenges facing navigation. We had these items scored on a sliding scale from 0 to 100. 0 is not much of a problem, 50 is a moderate problem, and 100, a score of 100, is a very serious problem. So again, this is for each individual. They just pick along the sliding scale where they feel they lie for each of these topics here. The Cron box alpha for this was 0.90, so it was relatively reliable there. We ended up with 2 factors that we found. The first is related to physical barriers or limitations. The second one is related to navigation difficulties that are related to either cognitive or informational aspects and or perceptual issues. So you can see the items here on the right regarding physical traversal. And again, this comes back to some of the pictures that Justin showed in the VRU map presentation, whether the route is too steep or at a difficult angle, if the route is slippery, the route is damaged or not usable, if the route is too narrow, getting across the street before the signal changes, getting onto or off the sidewalk, and then getting into or out of the buildings with ease was the first factor. The second factor that came out, the route isn't smooth. Figuring out what street you're on, figuring out which entrance to go to, following directions for how to get around. The route is too crowded, and the route is too noisy, bright, or smelly. And then the last one is knowing when or where it is okay to move. So this is a breakdown basically of their scores 0 to 100 again, where you'll see a lot of these are between the 30 and 50 range, which is a moderate challenge for those within these groupings here. The first one is all disabilities, where we had an N of 152 complete each of these questions. Physical disabilities at N of 121 and sensory at N of 40. Again, there are overlaps in terms of individuals can have physical and sensory disabilities. So those aren't necessarily captured in here other than within the all disabilities category here. The key finding here, those that have more of the sensory disabilities are as you would expect, have a greater issue with the second factor here. I'll go back to this, the informational and environmental factor, in terms of they find more challenges when it comes to getting around and just knowing how to get around or figuring out where they are. And that's reflected in a number of the other statistics that we evaluated. You can see any of the confidence intervals that don't overlap here as well. You'll be able to see significance between the two sets of populations here. The third factor was, again, related to public transportation, where we only had roughly 50 individuals that answered yes to the "do you take public transportation" question. Those were the ones that we followed up with the series of questions here. So there's no significant difference really between any of these populations, other than the last one here, other people staring at you or treating you differently, was more significant for sensory, where they found that it was more of an issue or a challenge when considering taking public transportation. But you can see in general, it is still a considerable concern for each of these individuals that have disabilities here. So here is basically another correlation table. Some demographics, the 3 factors, public transportation, physical traversal, and informational environmental difficulties, and then transportation modality and their ultimate destinations all highlight some of these, so it's easier to look at. The first note here is you'll see that age and the total disabilities category is negatively correlated. Total disabilities is the number, basically the number of disabilities that they had marked on their survey. So this again comes back to the separate subpopulations where older individuals would typically just have some kind of physical or specifically mobility issue. And then the other populations that were surveyed would have other disabilities with comorbidities as well. And then the second note here, where we see age and the highest education, both were negatively correlated with those that ride in the car as passengers. So younger individuals typically ride as a passenger, and also those that have fewer years of education. Another one that I'll call out here. These are the 3 factors of the difficulties, the general challenges that they face when navigating around. You'll see that each of these are pretty correlated with each other, suggesting that there's really a lot of difficulties that individuals with disabilities will experience, regardless of specific elements, whether it is the characteristics of the route or some of the environment around them. So it's something that we should, obviously consider, and part of that comes out in some of our incorporations into the VRU map. The last thing I'll point out from this chart here is that those with mobility equipment clearly found that physical traversal, those difficulties were the highest. But interestingly enough, not so much difficulty with informational or environmental difficulties here, the 0.010. So from the interviews that we had conducted at the end, we pulled some quotables, I'll say, in terms of this gave us some additional insight into things that either we hadn't considered or were just interesting tidbits that we could either incorporate into VRU map or make other considerations for. So the first one, since I have become wheelchair bound, this is a response from our 11th participant who is a female with a hypokalemic periodic paralysis. She said, since I have become wheelchair bound, it has been so difficult flying. I can't get through to these airlines about what kind of help I need. So really it's part of this led us to determining how we can best help individuals with conveying to others what kind of needs they have. And in terms of the VRU map, incorporating those needs into it, again, as an individualized, personalized focus. Second here, I talk about it often in the economy of steps. I need to plan my routes pretty carefully and safely. And third, paratransit dropped me off 45 minutes from where I was supposed to be. They also dropped me off 5 places down at my neighbor's, and it was pouring down rain. So some of the difficulties that they often face in terms of whether it is paratransit or just general navigation. One other thing that came from that, we asked about other apps or technologies that they would be able to use, whether they have used or had experience with. The first one is Be My Eyes, where volunteers basically identify relevant information for individuals, typically with sensory disabilities. They would have a live video call, and the user would use their phone basically to capture the video feed, and a volunteer would read out to them, help guide them through whether it is something to within the house or out in navigation. The second one here is parking mobility, which is information about accessible parking, as well as allowing users to report vehicles. So some of the results here, beyond what I've mentioned in some of the correlation tables, the one that stands out the most, it's just that individuals with different types of disability have very different experiences. This is across the board. Every individual is unique. When it comes to trying to incorporate each of those needs into the VRU map, it can be a little bit unwieldy, but at the same time, it's something that is important to do, to at least give individuals the opportunity to customize it and make it their own, essentially. So some of the other more straightforward results that came across already: older adults were more likely to have physical disabilities, which correlated with higher difficulty in physically traversing the environment. People with IDD reported greater trouble following directions, knowing when or where it was okay to move. Third, individuals with perceptual disabilities reported greater trouble meeting their personal needs when using public transportation. This can range typically from, again, the benches or bathrooms, shelter, anything related to what they need specifically. Continuing on, participants who reported difficulty with some aspects of transportation tended to list difficulty with others. So this suggests that, again, there's not a simple answer to overcome transportation barriers for everyone with disabilities. It's just a matter of taking it piecemeal and trying to accommodate everyone. Second here, respondents rated many of these as moderately to severely challenging. So again, this highlights that there are difficulties regardless of disability type or even which component in particular we're looking at. So route surface characteristics, building entrance and egress were issues, route information availability. Everything can be an issue to each individual. So it again comes back to this personalized platform. Paratransit was somewhat endorsed, but it does have its own challenges. And then the last point here, input from a wide range of stakeholders with disabilities is absolutely essential, really, when you're developing any protocols, tools, technologies, policies related to the inclusion of people with disabilities. So some of the ways that we have integrated it into VRU Map: personalized intro survey to incorporate needs. The first screen that they get at when they basically sign in or create an account on VRU Map, we can specifically relate that to certain disability types, or rather, we can incorporate needs based on disability types. We can also make recommendations for default routing paths based on demographics entered, with a variety of suggestions for personalization of components. We can further our data collection efforts within the app itself to refine some of the characteristics there, or some of the components within the app to provide better individualized recommendations, suggestions to accommodate needs or to alter or circumvent difficult or impassable routes. Also to increase user acceptance and the app utilization. And the last one here, we have looked into different alternatives for individuals with issues related to fine motor skills in particular, or their ability to use a phone. So some voice to text, text to voice options are highly recommended. There are also other tools or technologies, and even some technologies that have been spoken about today earlier in some of the other presentations, that can be incorporated into the VRU map to really help individuals. So next steps and last slide. The publications are where we're at. Again, it's a closed project. Everything we're doing is incorporated into VRU map. But we would like to do some publications specifically related to investigation into specific disability types, exploration with specific cases or challenges in particular. And then again, a breakout between those sampled populations, specifically the elderly with disabilities versus others with a wider range of disabilities. So that's it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Andrew. I think a very good presentation. I think that what your research definitely did, at least from my point of view, is bring about awareness. Like you said, we do a lot with human factors, and we realize that, there's so many differences between people. And now you're adding in another area of difference, and there's a whole wide range of differences even within that category. And so, yeah, what you embarked on in terms of developing an app for people with disabilities is commendable, because it incorporates a lot of elements that we haven't ever thought about trying to incorporate in these devices.
Yeah, and it's a point you mentioned earlier on. It's things that we always take for granted that just talking to any individual in particular, it's so eye-opening just to see where the difficulties are, and again, what we take for granted that others can't. So as much as we can incorporate into the VRU map, that's always acceptable and appropriate.
Well, I can see this app being tweaked for years to come, as the knowledge comes about. And I kind of chuckle a little bit because you mentioned that Be My Eyes app, and I was watching a movie with a person with visual impairments who was trying to she was trying to navigate and hide from these burglars or something. And
Mhm.
she was using that app that there was a person behind telling her where the obstacles were in this dark room that she was in. So I didn't think it was real, but now I know that it's an actual app that people are utilizing.
Yeah, that might be an unusual use case for it, but still going on nonetheless.
Yeah, yes. But thank you. I'm not seeing any questions in the Q&A or the chat. So for the sake of time, we will move on to our next presenter. But thank you again for taking time out to present this project. And we look forward to seeing how it all ends up being incorporated in the VRU map.
Thank you very much.
All right, our next presenter is Dr. Hayashin John Park. So he is with us live today. So he will be presenting on vulnerable road user demand response transit optimization with healthcare privatization. So the acronym for that one is VRU TOP. So I think, let me adjust our spotlights here. And you should be able to see him in just a second.
Can you see the screen?
Yes. All right, now we should be able to all see you. Hopefully I've spotlighted you appropriately. Floor is yours.
Awesome. My name is John Park from North Carolina A&T State University. The co-PI of this project is from E3 Kai Monast. So this project is halfway until the end. We have 1 year left. So I will explain basically the concepts and the motivations and what we want to achieve. And there is another, the small component of this project is a separate project that will be presented after this project presentation. So in this VRU top, we have two deliveries. One is the public bus, transit bus routing, considering the pedestrian sidewalk routing, and also considering their rationality of on-transit uncertainties. And then the second delivery is, there is another project. And if you see the top one, North Carolina DOT, we are having a project in how the transit is serving those underserved populations. So by using this data on the paratransit, we are, in this project supported by CATM, we are looking at the pickup and drop-off of those passengers, and to see the same patterns across the map. So by finding the spatial temporal patterns of picking up, in general, those scheduling and delivering this kind of the routing app has the fixed time window of, you may just to put, okay, you put 2 minutes of the loading time for that problem. However, through this machine learning, we will have the exact prediction of how long does it gonna take to pick up the person, so that we can have a better scheduling and routing problem. And then the VLU part for the bus, on the way to the bus station, how they would behave in terms of different elevation and the sidewalk conditions. And I had two other projects that gave me great ideas. One from the NASA on the traversability of the digital elevation map, how I would use that in my routing model for pedestrians. And then NSF project was giving me an idea of how I can model this as the machine learning and find the optimal route. So after this presentation, I will introduce the VLU part, but I will be focusing on first, you see here, the top one is about when a person is walking from origin to the destination, that person could use the Google map to find the best walking route. And this may not be feasible for, I think as Andrew and Justin presented, there are some people with disabilities that cannot use this road, and not all the maps has these features in the Google Map. So we are providing the bottom one is if that person is taking the bus on the way to the bus station, the route has to be based on the preference of the user, has to be feasible, which will be presented in the follow-up presentation. But in this project, we are focusing on, however, the pedestrian is happy to walk there to take the bus. Still, the bus has, there are many performance measures, such as the waiting time or on-transit congestion time. It's supposed to take 5 minutes or 8 minutes, but it's actually taking 30 minutes in the historical data. So how the travelers would behave choosing this route based on the uncertainty. So how is it gonna be risk taking person, or to take the shortcut, or they may just to not accept that route because during the rush hour, it's highly likely there will be a delay. So we are focusing on using the walk as an input. We're focusing on providing the better route, and by considering the bus delay parameters in here. So again, in the different figure, in the different explanation, let's say you're going from origin to destination, and you have to go through the second node 2 or node 5, and then you have to walk through this sidewalk. And then based on the sidewalk preference of the users, and then once you go to the destination, because the bus stopped at 4 and node 4 and coming, you really don't know what time it's going to arrive. Based on the real-time information, you are willing to wait for 10 minutes to this bus because the walking was very easy, or walking was very hard. But however, you're not going to wait for the bus, so you may prefer to take this route. So each route will have different utilities to calculate based on the preference. And that's what one of the deliveries of this, what we currently have. And the second one is based on the Elizabeth City data. We're going to look at the patterns of picking up. You can see different factors have interactions. So particular location would have more pickup time based on the driver perspective, driver characteristics. And also there are different factors for each route. For example, during the rush hour, whether if you see this one and this one here, during the rush hour, whether it the vehicle mileage traveled is long or not, the loading time was just a constant. It didn't change at all. However, non-rush hour, after rush hour, you can see that as the mileage goes up or speed limit goes up, there's a different patterns. So based on those specific patterns and machine learning, so we could predict the rush, for specific location, we can predict the pickup time. And then based on the reliability of the transit, let's say if the lambda is 0.2 for the showing the acceptance of the travelers, and then if we run the model, in that case for simulation of the lambda 2, we can see in the later I will show that lambda 2 or lambda 4, based on those numbers, it will represent how travelers will accept and behave in response to the uncertainties of the travel time on vehicle. So this is this is another figure how we are looking at One is the looking at from the bus, and the other one is the paratransit. So in this figure, you can see this is the hyperpath where people, a traveler would walk to the bus station, and each bus station will have several performance measures of uncertainties and waiting time and others. And so utilities, we have the uncertainty measure of the travel time, waiting time, transfer time, and the sidewalk accessibility. So based on those 4 factors, utilities are decided. And here in the lambda was showing if that person has a preference logged in, saved in the phone, showing that it's lambda 0.2, then we will have an optimal route as a suggestion for that person, so the person can follow the optimal path for that for himself or herself. So based on this utility, and this is the data that showing the uncertainties in the travel time in different origin and destination pairs. And this is showing when you have an utility based on different number of those behaviors of the travelers, how they're is that person going to have a higher risk or less risk? Based on that, you can see different different estimation of the utility for each of them. So let's say if you have a phone and you saved how much of the risk you would like to take. Based on that, it's going to calculate. Right now, the Google Map doesn't have that. However, Google Map would have those preference, and then based on your time of the day and your preference, it's going to give you the best route you'd love to follow. So this is, if it's the lambda is 0.2, the blue one is showing in here, you can follow. This is the suggestions that would give the best suggestions for that preference. So currently, we only have the output of this combining. As a whole, smart and connected communities providing the bus and walk multimodal routing. And then if it turns out to be not a feasible route, there is too long waiting time, on transit time, utility is less low, and also the walking is not easy. You have to subsidize the travel for the paratransit for picking up and delivery service. So that is another task of this project that we are working on. Hopefully can finish in a couple of months. And then following presentation, we're only focusing on how we find the best walking route. It's called the VRU path. And that is for my presentation, and the part where we have the multimodal transit that is under review by the journal, and this also that part also was awarded by NCDOT Summit. And I think the second part will be presented by my student Justice Darko. He is the PhD candidate. He will defend this semester, and he will be hopefully he can graduate. But he has extensively worked on this VRU path, so I would, he will be the best to present about this topic. And I wonder if you have any questions.
Thank you, John. We appreciate this presentation, and I personally love how you were able to integrate this project with some of the projects being conducted with the NCDOT as well as other organizations. So it kind of expanded the reach of this project beyond just what we funded through our center, which is ultimately what we hope to do with many of our projects, to go beyond just the work within our center. So great job with that. I'm looking at the Q&A in the chat, and I'm not seeing anything posted in either one of those. So I'll pause for just a second. And we are right on time now. We caught up a little bit. So we can move right on into the next presentation if there are no questions for John. If you think of some questions later on, please feel free to reach out to him. Did you have a slide with your email address? I thought I saw it, but then it went away.
Yes, it's here, hpark1@sc.edu.
And keep in mind the presentations that his students gave yesterday. If you have any questions related to those presentations as well, he's more than willing to address those. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
All right, so Justice Darko will be giving the next presentation, and I believe he is logged in. There he goes, logged in under John. So I will replace the spotlight with you, Justice, and you should be able to share your screen.
Okay.
He will be presenting on VRU personalized, optimum, and dynamic routing. So VRU pod.
All right, thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Hi, everyone. I'm Justice Darko, and I'm a PhD candidate with the Department of Computational Data Science and Engineering at North Carolina A&T State University. So I received my bachelor's degree in physics and computer science and my master's degree in computational science and engineering, both from the University of Ghana. So today I will present our research titled VRU pod, which is Vulnerable Road Users Personalized Optimum Dynamic Routing. And the goal of VRU pod is to assist vulnerable road users, including those with physical and other disabilities, with non-driving navigation of the built environment. And in this case, we are referring to the pedestrian network. So this research has synergies with other research that is being carried out by Dr. Park. And this includes VRU top, which is looking at optimizing demand responsive transit for vulnerable road users. And then also there's another research which is looking at the role of transit and mobility as a service in improving economic and healthcare for underserved populations. And then also there's another one which looks at focus on navigation of rover systems in highly uncertain environments. So in the overall user optimization model for going from point A to point B, users will have a preference of their transportation mode, the route, and then the departure time. Now in VRU pod, we focused on the navigation in the pedestrian network. And in this example, we see two users, one able and another disabled person wants to get to their destination, and they are recommended the same walking route as shown in the map. And usually this is the shortest distance, the shortest sidewalk distance. Now the normative approach to navigation works just fine if we do not consider the user's preference, the unique preference of the user, and then the needs, and then the conditions on the sidewalk network. Now, if we consider the conditions on the network, such as the slope, the width, and then the surface type, and then also the unique preferences and needs of the user, then the normative approach doesn't really work. So we can trace this back to existing commercial trip planners and how they are lacking in this perspective. So for example, the North Carolina Go Triangle Trip Planners has non-wheelchair accessible routes, non-wheelchair accessible walking route option, but is able to incorporate transit. And also depending on the city database, Google Map doesn't integrate wheelchair accessible routes and transit. And then finally, if we look at the Massachusetts Bay Transit Authority Trip Planner, this provides a non-personalized wheelchair path option. And this is basically a one-size-fits-all option based on the American Disability Association standards. And also with the MBTA trip planners, you can have options where you have a minimum wheelchair travel time, but a longer transit time, and also a longer wheelchair travel time, but a shorter transit time. So the concern with these one-size-fits-all option is, does it really fulfill the needs of the specific user in terms of the mobility and accessibility? So for this example, if we focus on the wheelchair sidewalk option. So what if on this path option, there's an obstacle impeding the path? Then we can say decide to take detour option 1, but then detour option 1 is also having a very steep slope. And then we have more bad news. It starts to rain, making detour option 1 very unsafe for travel because of the interaction between the slope and the rain, making the path very slippery. So at this point, we decide to take detour option 2 with a walk shelter to avoid the rain and then the steep slope. So even if we know that there's a high chance of unexpected construction or weather condition in advance, the question is, can we take a detour in early stage of the trip? And then also, assuming that I know the preferences of the user, can we just recalculate the utility every time we meet an unexpected event? So the challenge is that if we simply recalculate the static path without modeling other essential characteristics, this will not reflect the path choice for vulnerable road, will not reflect the needs and the preferences of the vulnerable road user. So we need to consider how the adverse weather affects the navigation on the sidewalk for the vulnerable road user. We also need to consider the best action for the vulnerable road user when faced with unexpected events like construction. And also we need to consider how the interaction between the factors changing by time affects the best routing policy. So I will present 4 developments, 4 solution developments. The first that I'll present is the shortest path, and this is the normative approach or the most common approach. And this is based on the shortest distance. The second is the static maximum utility of the preference of the user. And this looks at the preference of the user is known at the beginning of the trip and remains fixed throughout the trip. And then the third is the dynamic maximum utility of the preference of the user. And in this case, the preference is known at the beginning of the trip, but continues to vary as the user progresses along the trip. And then finally, our model, which is the VRU pod, and the dynamic adaptive maximum utility model, where the user's preference is known and varies as the trip progresses. And this can also adaptively accommodate unexpected sidewalk conditions. So in our model, there are 2 groups of parameters that are considered. So the first is the static parameters, and these are assumed not to change during the trip, and these are mainly related to the built environment. And this includes the length, the width, and then the slope. And also we have the dynamic parameters. These are the unexpected conditions on the sidewalk. Example, you can have construction on the sidewalk. So we developed the cost function for VRU pod model to consider these factors and then the interaction between the factors to a path choice as shown in the second. So in the second and third term, we see the interaction between the weather condition and then the slope, and then the weather condition and the sidewalk surface type. So the VRU pod model is a sequential decision-making. We developed the VRU pod model as a sequential decision-making framework. And then what this means is that when we arrive at the node, we make a decision on which adjacent node to travel to. Now, the information we have at this stage is represented by the state, which is S of K. And then this state has the current node or the current location of the user, and then the current time, and then also the traversability status of 2 successor sidewalk segments from that location. The developed model then finds a policy that gives the optimal action at each state in the environment. And because we don't have prior knowledge of how we move from one state to another, what we do is that we use the reinforcement learning method, which focuses on obtaining the policy by directly interacting with the environment. So we conducted this, a case study in a section of Boston sidewalk network with sidewalk data, which is obtained from the Boston sidewalk inventory. And then also the user preferences for this case study was solicited from previous study on route choice for wheelchair navigation. So considering the 4 models I previously described, we carried out the experiment in our simulated mid-size network for different scenarios of weather conditions, location of obstacle, and then origin destination pair. So as seen in the path graph, we see the different recommended path for the 4 models for scenario with earlier obstacle in the trip in the sunny weather. So looking at the cost graph, we see that VReport has a lower overall cost path since it considers the traversability of the sidewalk segments in the state representation rather than recalculating the path when we meet an obstacle. Also, because we consider 2 successor segments from the VRU's current location in the state model, VReport is able to perceive the effects of their decision much earlier in the trip to decide the best segment to select at the current stage of the trip. So the cost evaluation shows that VReport has a lower total cost, averaging 16% and 18% less compared to the shortest minimum cost and then the dynamic minimum cost models. So we see a similar story for the cost path for VReport in rainy condition and different origin destination pair. And then the cost evaluation shows that VReport has a lower total cost, averaging 14% and 17% less compared to the SMC, that's the shortest, the static minimum cost, and then the dynamic minimum cost models. Finally, in snowy conditions and obstacle later in the trip, we see that VReport model directs the user to a route with a lower total cost, averaging 10% and 8% less compared to the SMC and DMC models. As shown in the table, we see that for different scenarios of weather conditions, origin destination pairs, and location of obstacle in the pedestrian network, the VReport model shows significant improvements in performance compared to the static minimum cost and dynamic minimum cost, ranging between 5 to 18%. As discussed above, the SMC and DMC models do not adequately accommodate unexpected conditions on the sidewalk compared to VReport, which integrates the information of the unexpected conditions in the state space. So in another experiment for 4 different users, the results show the different path options that are suggested by the VReport model. In general, the total score for a given parameter, that is the sidewalk width or the slope, for the optimal path is directly correlated with the user's preference ratings. So for instance, the sidewalk segment forming the path recommended for user 1, who prefers a better slope but a longer travel time, will have more segments with a lower elevation than user 2, who prefers a wider width of the sidewalk. So this is the end of the presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Justice. Let me see if very good presentation. I appreciate you taking time out of your schedule. Sounds like you're getting ready to graduate. Is that this semester?
Hopefully.
Hopefully, okay, okay, we'll be praying for you. Do you already have your next steps lined up? Like, do you know where, if you're going into academia, are you planning to go into industry? What are your next steps?
So I've actually had experience in academia before, so I'm still deciding, but I would also want to try the industry and see how it is like.
Sounds good. Well, use your network. So we have people, of course, affiliated with our center. So make sure that you reach out and gather whatever information you need from some of our affiliates who might be able to provide some guidance in terms of finding positions within industry as well.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see, I'm not seeing any questions in the Q&A. All right, so I think we are doing pretty good on time. Whoops, I switched back to the wrong schedule here. So we're doing pretty good on time. Justice, thank you. It doesn't look like that we have any additional questions at this time. Again, you can see that Dr. Park's email address is up there for additional Q&A, but I'm sure since this is Justice's dissertation, he can also address questions if you have any. But feel free after we move on to the next presentation, if you do find that you have some questions, to reach out to one of them. All right.
Yeah.
All right. So I will shift back to John. John, I know we're a little ahead of schedule, maybe a few minutes. Are you ready to move into your next presentation?
Ready, willing, and able.
All right. So let me spotlight you. So, oh, you're already spotlighted, it looks like. Okay. All right, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So early stage dementia and ADAS, a naturalistic driving study. I'm going to talk about what all that means. Like the previous discussion I gave earlier today, this one is also sponsored both by CATM as well as what we call STACY. And again, Brian Watring helped me with many aspects of this. And the only thing I can't do is advance my slides. There I go. So there's at least two major emerging trends that I want to talk about. One is, our society is aging as we speak, and will continue to do so for the next several decades. Certainly projected to do so over the next several decades. And technologies in the form of advanced driver assistance systems continue to be integrated into our fleet, more and more as time goes by. And so how do those trends converge and integrate, and what kinds of results do they produce? There are many ways to envision the aging of our society. This is just one from the Census Bureau. For the first time, we're projected in about a decade from now, roughly speaking, it's projected that adults over age 65 will actually begin to outnumber children under 18. And again, for the first time ever. And that you can see the gap, once we cross over, the gap continues to widen for the next several decades at least. So that's the aging trend. This other trend, advanced driver assistance systems. Here's a quote from a AAA report. At least one ADAS feature is available on 93% of new vehicles available in the US as of May 2018. I can assure you that number is bigger, now in 2022. And here's another one from Insurance Institute for Highway Safety. Advanced crash avoidance features are becoming widespread. These things won't become replete in the fleet for another decade or so, but obviously they're here now, and they continue to advance. So I want to talk about some prior related work at VTTI, and then we'll get into the current study a bit. So older drivers using ADAS, a naturalistic pilot study. You see my collaborators, various collaborators there. both within VCTI as well as others at Virginia Tech. The goals of this study were to examine the impact of ADAS driving exposure on older driver, both mobility as well as driving performance and safety. So an overview of the methods real briefly of this other study. We did a naturalistic driving study, excuse me. Did a naturalistic driving study in the area around Virginia Tech. Naturalistic driving, if you're not familiar with that term, just means basically observing using a variety of cameras and other sensors to observe and record how people drive in the real world. So not on a test track, not in the lab, not in a simulator. It's a pilot study with 18 participants. Each one had no prior experience using these ADAS type technologies. Half were men, half were women, and the age was 70 to 79. The ADAS technologies I'm referring to, in this case, each of these vehicles that you see here that I'll talk about in a second, incorporated adaptive cruise control, lane keep assist, lane departure alert or warning, and a blind spot warning. So the cars that we were using were, these that you see here, an Audi, Infiniti, Mercedes, and a Volvo. Back in the time frame where these cars were being used a few years ago now, these were very novel technologies. As we talked about a few minutes ago, they're rapidly emerging into the fleet, into the broader and broader fleet, into cars that aren't, these cars might be considered higher end vehicles. I would, at least to me, they are, but they're emerging into, other cars that might be considered more middle of the road or mainstream type cars. And each of these cars that we leased were given to participants to drive for 6 weeks each. So we did a pre-study survey of their attitudes towards ADAS. What did they think about it beforehand, before the driving exposure, and then the same survey was given after the 6 weeks of exposure. And then we did a focus group with each of the participants, with 6 at a time, so not all together. So the focus group findings, just at a high level, you can see the color coding. In the beginning of the study, there's a lot of red, meaning some negative thoughts, but the attitudes tended to change, so that when we, asked about their attitudes after the study, it was mostly green, mostly positive. Also, in terms of safety, that we grouped these, we color coded these by, do these ADAS technologies enhance safety? Most of the responses were yes. Some were, maybe, neutral, and a couple were in the negative, negative area. So overall, the subjective results were pretty positive, especially as we moved through time and the participants examined their thoughts before the driving exposure as well as after the driving exposure. In terms of actual, looking at the driving data, we were looking fundamentally at 2 things. One was mobility and the other was driving performance or safety. And to compare the results that we're comparing here, we were comparing our results against another driving study that called SHARP 2, which is a large-scale naturalistic driving repository of data that has no ADAS. And so when we compared the results between our pilot fleet and that other larger fleet, no significant differences were found in terms of mobility, in terms of, mobility meaning things like, number of trips per week, total driving duration, driving at night, things like that. In terms of driving performance, we found that the group that was using the ADAS, the cars that featured ADAS technologies, did have improved lateral and longitudinal control demonstrated, less erratic, more stable steering and braking with the ADAS equipped vehicles. So I'm not going to go in detail in this slide other than to say this is a NHTSA-sponsored study that's ongoing right now that we're involved in. And the major point I want to make is it's very, very similar to the one I just described. So if the one I just described is a pilot study, this is more of a full realization. So instead of 18 participants, now we're going to have 120 participants. In fact, possibly up to 180 participants. And this time we're going to have two age groups, both older adults 70 plus, but also a middle-aged cohort for comparison purposes to serve as sort of a baseline. So that leads to now I'm going to start giving the background for the current study. So mild cognitive impairment, 4 to 5% of people in their 70s and 80s suffer from non-amnestic mild cognitive impairment. Of course, this percentage tends to increase with age. Raw population numbers are expected to grow, as we documented a few moments ago. As the population grows, we're going to see bigger and bigger numbers of people with different types of cognitive impairment and age-related cognitive impairment. And so in one interesting study, seniors with early stage Alzheimer's made more driving errors than a group without the early stage Alzheimer's. However, the scores on the cognitive tests were not related to the number of driving errors. In other words, the driving errors showed the problem, but the cognitive test, the standardized test, did not. And so it turns out that driving behavior performance may serve as an early predictor, or what we might call the canary in the coal mine for mild cognitive impairment or pre-mild cognitive impairment. So for this particular study, we're really trying to focus on pre-mild cognitive impairment so we can get as far ahead of the curve as possible. Now, the problem with that is, of course, it's a kind of a nebulous concept, because if you're pre-MCI, it means you're experiencing cognitive symptoms of some kind or other, but you haven't received a formal diagnosis. And so, it's hard to, if you go talk to a geriatrician, it becomes nebulous for them to sort of define what this really means. But it may help us from a driving perspective to detect people in this phase of life, phase of their cognitive, let's say, development, or you might say decline, and to see to both predict that as well as to see the impact of that on their driving. So the goal is to examine driving behaviors and performance of pre-MCI seniors driving their own vehicles equipped with these ADAS. And so in the previous studies I was just mentioning earlier, they were not pre-MCI seniors. They were seniors who were fundamentally had no cognitive issues, and they weren't driving their own vehicles. They were driving vehicles that we had leased for them. So this will get us a different slice at the pie, so to speak. So the methods, again, we're going to do another pilot naturalistic driving study with video and sensors automatically collect driving data as people drive. Data such as acceleration in 3 dimensions, GPS, forward radar, in multi-video. So you can see some of that illustrated here in the upper right corner. This is a face camera that's kind of hidden behind the rear view mirror. This is an image of what that face camera would show. This is one of our researchers, so not a participant. Here's a camera that's situated to give a direct view of the instrument cluster. And here's an image of the radar mount assembly. So we're going to be looking at people driving for at least 1 month per participant is the goal. So in terms of the experimental design, where the sources of data, we are currently in the process of recruiting individuals with pre-MCI as well as controls who demonstrate no pre-MCI. So we're in the process of recruiting them and collecting data, driving data from them as we speak. And all those individuals are going to be driving their own vehicles equipped with ADAS. To look at this row and get the comparisons with drivers who are not using ADAS, again, we're going to go back to the SHARP2 repository of data. And for pre-MCI, we can look at things like people who demonstrate, people in the right age group who had quote unquote bad clock drawings. That's a standardized test of cognitive status. and others individuals with quote unquote good clock drawings. And so there's a formal method that we have to score those, and so we can readily look back and find those individuals. And again, Sharp 2 is that pre-existing large-scale naturalistic driving study. So the measures we're going to take, one of the key measures we're going to take is a cognitive metric called SAGE, self-administered gyrocognitive exam. It's a paper and pencil standardized and validated test. The good part is there's really no researcher involvement. You just hand the paper over and say, please do the best you can. And that way it doesn't require, experimenter training per se to administer this, nor is there any variability associated with the experimenters. Driving safety, we're going to be looking at a variety of driving safety metrics, crash-related events, such things as hard braking or acceleration, lane excursions, crashes and near crashes. I don't expect to really see too many crashes and near crashes in this particular study, because those events are too rare, but we could. And also look at glance-related metrics like eyes off the road time. We'll also be looking at mobility, the number of things I was describing earlier, number of trips per week, number of night trips per week, mileage per week, anything that we can characterize, these technologies may or may not enhance safety, but if they enhance mobility, that could be, a significantly important outcome. If they make driving easier, driving in certain difficult situations easier, they facilitate me to drive more in a safe way, and I can get where I'm going safely by driving more, then that might be a positive outcome. And also we'll be looking at ADAS technology usage. Obviously, if they're not using the technology, then that, we're not learning as much about ADAS. If they have ADAS equipped vehicles, but they're simply not using those technologies, becomes kind of a different study or different outcomes. So the current status, IRB approval is secured. Recruitment and data collection is ongoing. We currently have 19 enrolled or completed. Further data collection and analysis will follow. And what questions do you have?
Something popped in the chat. Looks like we have a question from Andy. He says, I know younger drivers that turn off ADAS for various reasons. I wonder if seniors who are generally less technically inclined will do the same, maybe for different reasons. What are your thoughts?
That's a good point. I guess it depends on the particular technology we're talking about. I think a lot of people, certainly what I've experienced personally, and I've seen other people experience, is the notion that, and it deals with something we talked about earlier today, but the notion of, the lane departure warnings, they're too sensitive. I'm driving fine. I'm not departing any lanes, and this thing is beeping at me constantly. I just want to turn it off. And it deals with this notion of when do you administer, this general notion of when do you administer a warning. If you wait too late, it's by definition too late. If you administer it too early, it's aggravating and perceived as useless and pointless, and just a series of, basically fundamentally false alarms. So if it's something like that, yeah, people may disable it if go to the trouble to disable it. If it's something like adaptive cruise control and you're taking a longer trip, once you try to, to paraphrase Eddie Murphy, once you try adaptive cruise control, you never go back, because it's too, it's too helpful, it's too useful, it's too, facilitating safety and ease of driving on a long drive. And you might feel similarly about, lane keep assist or other related technologies like lane centering, where, these things are helping to, I would believe and claim that these things are helping to greatly reduce the likelihood of two of the major types of crashes, which are rear end crashes or run off the road crashes. So I guess that's a long way of saying I think they may disable some of the technologies, but hopefully they'd be using some of the others. But we'll see, because in this study, they're just out there using their technologies, and we're not training them or encouraging them in any way as we are in some of the other studies.
Okay, thank you. It's a very interesting presentation. Definitely a user group that needs further investigation. But I do have to say, John, that I do turn off that adaptive cruise control sometimes because it drives me crazy. I'm like, you get behind a slow person and you're just going to be going so slow. So,
You know, you're making a good point. You can definitely be lulled into going much slower than you like to go because of what you just described, and you have to kind of be on top of it and say, wait a minute, I'm not supposed to be going 50 here. I'm supposed to be going 65. I wish to go
yeah.
65. And then you have to initiate a pass, and otherwise, yeah, that's a, you know, but you don't have to turn it off. You can just do the pass. But I hear what you're saying, and I've been, I'm going to use the word trapped in that same kind of situation. But
yeah, I've heard younger drivers say that they think they're better than the system itself.
Oh,
and you know, and honestly, that's probably true if they're 100% attentive, you know, and sober and not tired and everything else.
right, but it's, you know, that they may feel that way, and it may, and as you say, it may even be true. But the real point I would make is it's not a question of, you know, who's better. It's a question of the way I look at it, and I'm not a young person, I'm an old person now, but the way I look at it is the vehicle is successfully alleviating some of the burden from me. And that facilitates ease, relaxation. It facilitates longer drives when I have to go to DC and back. You know, so I like, you know, I know a younger person on this call whose name I won't mention, but you know, I love the fact that the car alleviates the burden of me turning my brights on and off. Now, he would say, well, he can do it better, that he knows better how to do it, and so he wants to turn them on and off himself. And that may be true, but I prefer when the vehicle is unburdening me from having to even think about that. So
I'm feeling a little bit called out here, John.
yeah.
You must respond.
Well, no, but it's a super good point though, actually, that John brings up, perhaps inadvertently, because my previous car from a manufacturer that remained nameless, I hated the automatic high beams and I hated the lane departure warnings because they just weren't calibrated well. And so the high beams would never actually go on when I wanted them to, and it drove me crazy. But I got a different car last year and it's perfect. It works just how I would do it. So yeah, so when it acts as I want to act, then I don't feel that need to say, no, I can do it better. Anyway.
So that brings up another, I mean, that brings up perhaps inadvertently another great point, which is, you know, we talk about ADAS as a thing, like ADAS, you know, and here's adaptive cruise control and all these other ones that we're talking about. But in reality, what we really see, what we really experience are the actual implementations by each OEM, and maybe even within different vehicles or vehicle classes within an OEM. And so, as Justin's pointing out, the different OEMs may implement differently, some more successfully than others, some that might match his, you know, feelings of how he would do it, and others that, I don't know, may match how I would do it, or if they're different. So that's another factor, you know, that unless you want to test, you know, hundreds of different cars across thousands of different participants, we're sort of stuck dealing with that when we do naturalistic type studies.
Yeah, and that's interesting that you say that, because I've only dealt with some of these technologies from when I've rented cars and not knowing that they were doing these things. I was thrown off, like the adaptive bright lights, however you want to call it. But I was trying to figure out what in the world the car was doing, because that wasn't something that was communicated to me when I rented it. Right. And with my husband's car, he does have the adaptive cruise control and everything, but when I get in it, I don't have it in my car. So regularly I don't have it. And so when I'm in his, it drives me a little crazy in the beginning. I have to back it up like all the way to the end where I can get as close as I can to the car before it starts to slow down.
Brings up two different issues. One is, again, the human factors. On my previous car, my wife's car, you have to turn the brights on to have the automatic brights go on and off. On my current car, you must turn the brights off to have the brights go automatically on. It's completely, that took me a long time to get used to. And the other point, I don't know if I'm running out of time, but the other quick point I'll make is really relevant, which is not just, we're talking about these technologies and their effects on humans or how humans use them. But one of the big factors is if you go back and forth between cars that are equipped and cars that aren't equipped.
Yep.
If you get used to thinking, you have adaptive cruise control and you have regular cruise control, you could be in for a world of hurt when you slam into the car in front of you at 70 miles an hour because you thought your car was going to automatically slow itself. So
I'm glad you mentioned that. I will not let my husband get behind the wheel of my car then.
Exactly. Never let him do that. And if he gives you, tell him to come talk to me first.
I will.
I've actually,
oh, go ahead, Andy. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, I've actually experienced what John just said after driving a Tesla with the autopilot feature and feeling very disconcerted because it turned it off actually because I wasn't obeying the rules. And so when I lost that feature, it felt weird not to have the thing checking me anymore. And I had to really consciously think about driving. It was very different.
Yeah.
It's like when you get off a boat, you've been on a boat for 3 hours and you get on land and it's like, why is this land not moving properly? It's the same. All right.
Oh, very interesting. I'm anxious to see what the results pan out to be at the end of this study. Thank you so much, John. We appreciate your time as well. And I believe our next presenter is Andy. And he will be presenting, Andrew Alden is presenting on automated last mile connectivity for vulnerable road users. Let me swap up the. Make sure.
Hi.
Highlight.
Hi, everyone. Let me get the presentation going here.
Okay.
I've got to switch the screens and turn off the other display. And then share.
Yeah, that's another thing I haven't mastered is the dual screen thing.
Yeah. All right. Do you see actually well into my presentation apparently? I'll go back a little bit. Do you see you see my presentation, Miranda?
Yeah.
Good.
Great. All right. So I'm here today to talk about one of the first projects that was along with Justin's that was started in CATM. And there's the members of our research team over there to the right, a few of which are no longer around, but I'm around to tell you what we did. So I want to tell you a little bit first about our motivations. As John mentioned before, this world population of older people is really changing. Actually, the crossover point for the number of people over 65 compared to the number of 5 years old has already occurred and occurred back in 2018. So we're moving forward on that. And yet we still don't have really good options for people that may have some kind of physical challenges for a lot of transportation needs. And some of these things, honestly, this guy that's sitting backwards on a lift going into a van, I don't know why, they just make me kind of cringe. So, when we started seeing the advent of these types of what we're calling low speed autonomous vehicles coming out from various manufacturers, it kind of inspired us to think, hey, what are the opportunities for these? And so this is one of the first ones, and this is actually an earlier model of the one we ended up testing. But that's what we were doing, and we were looking at using this for that kind of last mile connectivity with local transit, where these kind of things could be utilized for local trips. And there's a photo of a different style that actually I think is, and maybe ultimately a better style for this type of thing at the bottom, where you have conventional seating for some of the reasons I'll talk about later. But so we wanted to investigate how these shuttles can improve mobility for transportation challenged people. And maybe replace some of the less efficient other modes that are being used. Paratransit is one of those things. Paratransit is a great service in many places, but it was never intended as a long-term measure for transit. It was a stopgap measure, and it's incredibly inefficient for human and other resources, money, and the environment. And so looking at some of these options is a great idea. And with our study, we were particularly looking at especially the elderly and the disabled, or at least that was our goal. So this is what we set out to do, and I put plan in parentheses up there because, as everybody knows, COVID hit, and so we had to adjust what we were doing. But we set out to look at vulnerable road user attitudes and trust. And by doing these things, we were actually going to expose them to the vehicle itself in a real operating environment, and then also look at how they use them, how they got in and out, how they stored their items when they got on board, how they sat down, did they have any difficulty getting up or getting out of the vehicle, all those kinds of things. But of course, that portion there completely was lost to COVID, because we were not able to interact with the elderly in a person-to-person basis. But we did get some other things done with looking at their preferences. We were able to engage them in surveys and focus groups, and to look at some of the things that they were thinking with respect to these. We exposed them to the technology the best we could using technology, and then we collected some results based on that. So this is the vehicle we used. It's a EasyMile EZ10. These vehicles are typically, they're rated for something like 8 to 10 passengers, although that would be very tight. Since COVID has occurred, they've actually downrated those ratings and created more spacing between where the passengers are seated inside. They're built to run like 20 miles an hour or less. Ours on our route in a 25 mile per hour zone actually ran, I think, at a maximum speed of 14 miles an hour. They have climate control. They typically, at least for now, have an operator on board who can quickly intervene if they need to make changes. They have very precise navigation systems. In fact, they're so precise in many cases that where these things operate on the roadways, they have actually worn ruts in the roadway because they tend to, their precision is so high with their navigation. In the case of this unit, it can go both directions. It has lights that flash on the outside to warn approaching drivers and people on the outside. And then interaction with pedestrians, to try to let people nearby and drivers nearby know their intention of the vehicle, although that's still really a big challenge for automated vehicles. And then there's I'll talk about a little bit, there's an extensive amount of work that has to be done to put one of these into service, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. But here's the route that, here's our campus at VTTI. This is the front door to our campus over here. It says building entrance 1. And we were on there using this maroon route, and it ran down to a local bus stop at this roadway. This is actually Blacksburg Transit, so it's a conventional route bus stop. And this is approximately a half-mile route, so half mile back, half mile up, half mile back. The route also passes through a parking area, which is pretty challenging for a vehicle like this. And it allows it to go through, navigate up through the parking area, past pedestrians, the cars backing out, those sorts of things up to the front door. And it does this with some success, and I'll talk a little bit more about that too. But we were really on a private road because this road only serves our facility. So we kind of got around the rules of the road a little bit, as these things in Virginia, at least, are not allowed to operate on public roads. But for all intents and purposes, the traffic that you see on our roadway is very public indeed. We have everything from bicyclists and pedestrians all the way up to Class 8 trucks coming in and out of our facility every day. So it really was a real life setting where we were testing this thing. One of the things, and I'll just talk about it here now because it affects how we put it into action, that it's really one of our lessons learned too, is that there was quite a bit of site prep that we had to do to get this thing operating on our road. The roadway is a 2-lane road with shoulders along the side where pedestrians and bicyclists ride. We had a parking area near the front door. We had to put up a lot of signage along the roadway. This sign is just to warn drivers, but we also had to put up this type of sign over here, which is much bigger than it looks here, to enable the sensors on the unit itself to be able to navigate well. And so that was actually a pretty big lift for us. We had to create this crossing path here to warn drivers where the unit itself will come out of this parking area. This is the parking area we created, where it pulls into, and then it can back out of that and go back down. And it actually runs in the travel lane of the road, not on the shoulders. And so we are sharing the roadway with traffic that is rated for 25 miles per hour. But of course, the average speed on there is probably closer to 35 miles an hour. So, that became a bit of a problem later. So some of the lessons learned, we really had 2 outputs of this whole study. One, and we didn't anticipate this so much, we knew we were going to have the focus groups with the participants, but there were so many lessons learned about this, and it became of such interest to a lot of the people out there that we really found this to be one of the major findings for our work. First things first is these are not vehicles. They are a system. They're basically a smartphone on wheels. They have software that needs to be upgraded. They have bugs in their software. They have failures. They need to be rebooted. It's very much more like a computer than it is like a vehicle. There's communications going on in the background. There's an operating environment they operate within, the physical operating environment that you need to understand. They have, we had a lot of operator training that we had to do. And then also we had to train people to do maintenance. We had to have people come in to do specifically mapping of the routes that were done. And any new routes that we did had to be remapped. And that took several days just to do the mapping and preparation for a route. And then we found very quickly that even though we bought the newest version of one of these for this project and for other work we were doing, it very quickly became obsolete as newer models came out. And even though this one, for instance, even though this one was equipped for with a ramp for wheelchair use, it actually didn't meet standards for wheelchair use. And so we weren't allowed to use it basically not with wheelchairs because of that. Yeah, and it was a very simple thing, not having a lip on the edge of the ramp that kept us from being able to use it. Also, you have to keep in mind the different functions of the vehicle. In our case, ours was all-wheel drive, which is a good thing because we had a hill to climb and we wanted to be able to do it in all types of weather. Four-wheel steering's nice. Ours is bi-directional. Storage is not automated. The operator would have to store it every night. They'd have to plug it into a charging system. And there's other interesting features like the fact that the unit will kneel over a bit to make this entry ramp, a milder slope for people that are entering with a wheelchair or with a walker even. And so that's really nice. And then climate control has because it takes a lot of power, it has a really significant impact on range. So we went into this, listening to a lot of the hype that was out there, as was everybody else, and being told the level of automation that this vehicle was at was something like a level 4 or 5, and in reality we found it closer to something more like a 2 or a 3, in that it required a lot of intervention by an operator on board, and so that was a little tough to deal with, but we moved on. The issues are with the operator themselves is they have, if we wanted to do remote operation, and by that I mean teleoperation where somebody's actually not in the vehicle, but they're at a remote operation. The communication is highly critical, both with respect to reliability, bandwidth, and low latency. And we just, for the most part, still don't have those kind of communications around. 5G is helping with that, but we're not there yet. The onboard attendant could operate doing different types of interventions. There were soft stops, there were emergency starts, and then once you do an emergency operation, there's actually a reset procedure you have to go through. So there's a lot of things involved in this. And then we also had to deal with contingencies for unexpected situations, especially where you may not have an operator on board, which is really interesting if you think about things people left behind that somebody might grab. Or if you think about somebody that might have some typical ADA access issues and need a little assistance getting on board. Well, if you don't have an operator on board, there's nobody there to help with that. So, that became critical as we move forward, especially since we were dealing with older people that might have some needs. And then there are some pluses to this type of system when you look at attendants too, though. There's a big shortage right now of commercial drivers, licensed people. And for this particular vehicle, you don't need a commercial driver's license to operate it. And then you have physical requirements for them too. Training, first aid, they have to be physically able to do it. Rider safety is more of an issue with these things than we were led to believe. And in fact, one of these machines that was operating in Columbus, Ohio, as part of a smart city program there, actually had an emergency stop occur, and that's where the vehicle itself senses something in its way and stops very abruptly. And an older gentleman who was on board fell down and was mildly injured. But based on that alone, the NHTSA, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, basically sidelined all these vehicles and said they were no longer approved to operate in the United States. And so pending some modifications to the vehicles. And so we went through all that and got that ready and move forward. And then there's a lot of regulatory issues, one of which I just mentioned. What is a public road? Federal Transit Administration funding typically is not available unless ADA requirements are met. And in the case of the vehicle we purchased anyway, they weren't fully met. So that was a problem. And then buying American requirements for a lot of the projects that we had hoped to do was a problem because all the units at that point that were functional and realistic out there were all built in Europe. And so that was a challenge for us also. And then this is probably one of the biggest problems we had, and that was the machines are very conservative, they're very sensitive. We had instances where basically a butterfly flying across in front of the vehicle or a falling leaf or some other sort of vegetation could stop the system cold. And so, obviously that's an issue when you're operating in the real world, and especially when you have real world traffic operating around you. And then there's other things like, weather impacts these vehicles because they rely upon visible sensors. Roadside parking, you don't want to operate one of these in a zone where there's roadside parking. And then route modifications are very tough to deal with. And then this is probably one last thing on this, and this is the operational design domain to think too about pedestrians, which is a really tough problem. This is a particularly busy crossing we have on our campus around our drill field. And as a driver in a car, it's very hard to get through here most of the day. And for a vehicle like this with a very conservative navigational system, it would probably sit here for hours waiting for an opening before it would finally get through. So there's going to have to be some sort of external communication to pedestrians and maybe even potentially control those pedestrians to allow these kind of systems to progress. And then we had a lot of traffic impacts. And this is a view of the data we were collecting. We collected a video of the interior of the cabin, as well as forward and rearward views. And we actually did some traffic surveys along the roadway and found some pretty interesting results. So we found cars were passing much too close to the vehicle, much too both crossing of the double yellow line and passing, and also with respect to tailgating. So those were some issues we dealt with. Talk a little bit now about some of the survey and focus work we've done. These results are preliminary. We have not finalized our final report yet. Sorry, Miranda, but we're working on it. But some of the things we did, we had mostly older participants. I think in general, they were all over 60. I think most were actually over 65. We actually at some point engaged some additional participants with some mobility limitations because we found that was such an issue during our initial surveys and interviews, survey or focus groups. We found that physical mobility limitations was really an issue for most of these people. So we ended up with 36 participants in a 6x6, 6 people per focus group. And then we had to use videos, audio, and anything we could to simulate the riding experience because of COVID. And so one of our surveys we did, this gives you an idea of where people wanted to go in these types of vehicles. We asked, we asked them where they typically go in their lives. And so what we were looking at here is where would they need to go if they were using this type of transportation. What's interesting to me, and it really shows a generational difference here, I think even, I'm not a young person, but 35%, the largest piece was actually going to the bank. And I can't honestly remember when the last time I went to the bank was. So that's very much a generational difference there. But other big numbers there, going to the beauty salon, I think that also might be something different. The pharmacy, obviously, because they have more intense medical needs than younger people do. And so that was fairly interesting finding. And then we asked them about their likelihood of using the shuttle. That's what we call it. The low-speed autonomous vehicle, we call the shuttle. And we looked at it both in the case where there would be an operator on board and where there wasn't an operator on board. And what you can see from this is that the operator makes people more comfortable with the idea of using it. But then, even amongst older people, there was still a pretty high likelihood of wanting to use something like this. And so we were impressed by that. And then we looked at where they were most likely to also take it. And these kind of follow the same trend that we saw in the previous pie chart. Although the medical use is very much forward in their minds, and when we know it who work in the world with paratransit and things like that, that medical trips are very big for older people, and so that was one of the big hopes we had for this, is it would enable those sorts of things. Some more looking at their perceived safety while they're riding in it and the impact of operators. And here you can see, this is a graph where we're looking at safe, very safe, safe, not sure, unsafe, and so on. And pretty much looking at, without an operator here, I'm sorry, this is with an operator and without an operator. And as you might expect, although there's a pretty big difference, they did not feel safe without an operator. They did not feel very safe without an operator. Most of them still felt safe. When you look at with an operator, most people felt safe or very safe. So there's definitely a big difference that the operator makes as far as perception of safety. So this is actually one of the videos that we used for their exposure. This also has an audio where the captions are read at the same time, and we basically take them through the whole route where they would leave this transit stop or the stop we have for this vehicle and progress all the way up to where to our front door at our building. And so we put them in as close as we could to being in the passenger seat within the vehicle and seeing the world around them. And so what kind of things do we see from the focus groups? We had some, basically we had started out with just some initial reactions after showing them that video. And we asked them, and some of the first comments they made was about travel speed. And the travel speed was kind of a double-edged sword in that fact that most people felt that 14 miles an hour might be too slow, and 14 miles an hour may be too slow when you're interacting with traffic nearby. And so those are both issues as far as speed. Nobody really complained that the vehicle was going too fast. So that wasn't really an issue. We talked about trust in technology. They brought this up. These are things they brought up without us prompting anything. And they are concerned about the door closing, functional items like that, whether there's an emergency stop on board. There are. It wasn't really clear how once you use the emergency stop, though, once you get going again. And then a lot of them think about things related to the operator, and, what the operator actually does on board, things like that. So then we put them through another series of videos where we simulated them getting on the vehicle. And the first set of simulations we did was where there was actually an operator present. This is actually Kevin Grove, our co-PI on this. And he is actually one of the trained operators for this vehicle. And here he's basically welcoming people onto the vehicle. And then the other view shows what it looks like on the view from the vehicle itself. Miranda, how am I doing on time? I don't have a clock in front of me.
You're a little over time, but I'm going to let the last presenters move into my closing remarks. So if you could wrap it up maybe in like 2-3 minutes.
Okay, that sounds good. I'll try to cherry pick a few things here. A lot of people, because there's a lot of results, as you can imagine, from the questions in a focus group. And so I'm just going to try to pick a few that I think are outstanding. A lot of people talked about the vehicle size being too small to be in mixed traffic, and that the vehicle was too small for the people to move around inside. We had issues with that. We talked about the nearby speed of traffic. I'm very concerned about that. Most people thought it should operate on a separate lane, which is very much an issue in many cases. And then the idea of the trust in the technology. A lot of them actually were very welcoming of the idea of trying to use something like that. And that was actually refreshing for us to see, is that they thought this was great. Many of them are willing to try it and spoke out about that. I included a lot of these comments because I really liked a lot of these comments. It really brings home the fact of how people feel about these sorts of things. So one of our first polls, we said, would you be willing to ride this shuttle with the operator on a low-speed road to a place you want to go? And by far the majority was, well, it was split. It was not sure, would ride. So they were split about half and half. And then there were two that were adamantly said they would not do it. So we also had a lot of issues to do with the thing again with going too slowly. There were complaints about lack of information on board, to be presented to me information about their routes, how they need to get out of board. They asked things about, does it have airbags and the effect of a crash. Had a variety of responses about making it more accessible, making the interior larger, providing handrails and other types of supports. There were handrails on this bit, but I think primarily they were talking about things like getting in and out of the doorway, and there weren't really good handrails for doing that kind of thing. And so we also did a second round of testing with the scenario where no operator is present. We did a video where they actually enter the vehicle, as we showed on the left. On the right there, we took them on a route on the road, and then we asked them questions about that. And by and large, because I'm running out of time here, I'll say that many of them also felt like many felt like the operator really made a difference, and especially at night, which I found was curious. You know, there is this perception that night is more risky somehow, and most of them felt like they wouldn't ride the vehicle at night unless there was an operator present. And I put a lot of these in here just because I knew we might include the presentation and the proceedings of the symposium. So, knowing full well that I wouldn't make it through all this today. But I do think this is interesting too. Without an operator present, we asked the same question as we did before. Would you be willing to use a shuttle like this, you know, at low speeds? And basically the results are almost exactly the same. One person decided that who would have rode it before, that they would not ride it this time. So that's kind of where that all ended up. So I think I've got quite a few more slides and talking about that, but I think it's probably a good time to tangent on that, Miranda.
Okay, yeah, you got a lot of data here, and that was very interesting. I'm curious to know, do you think that if they had had the actual interaction with the shuttle, that some of their responses might have changed?
Yeah, you know, as it turns out, and I don't think it's a surprise to any of us, that, you know, video and audio is a poor substitute for reality.
The actual interaction, yeah.
You know, especially when you're talking about interactions, you know, the fact that and I don't think Kevin talked to them in the video, but, you know, just the fact that if the operator talked to somebody as we're getting on, I think that would make them feel more comfortable and things like that. But yeah, you know, as hard as we tried, there's no way to replicate, you know, naturalistic study. And that's what makes naturalistic study so powerful, really.
Yeah, I see John has a hand up.
I do. So if we have time, so you may not be able to answer this question, but I'd like to hear your thoughts. So, you know, you have this, I can see the benefits and the attractiveness of having these 4 emergency stop buttons available to passengers, but might that not have the unintended consequence of, you know, whether I'm being mischievous or seriously feel the need to stop the vehicle, I smack the button and you and a few other people tumble to the ground because you weren't expecting an emergency stop.
Yeah.
And we have the, you know, which is a serious enough problem to curtail the use of these vehicles throughout the United States.
Yeah. And externally also, we thought about that. I actually think that we may have to end up with legislation one day to prevent people from messing with these vehicles as they operate, because even we demonstrated this actually when NHTSA came down to visit to look at our vehicle when they were considering some other legislation and whatnot, or rulemaking. We had a demonstration where we had a robotic person basically walk in front of the vehicle to demonstrate how quickly it could stop. And Steve, we call him Steve. And it proved that the vehicle stopped very quickly. But that also brings up the idea that if you have somebody, you can imagine in downtown Blacksburg very easily, somebody just acting like they're going to step out in front of the vehicle or sticking their leg out in the roadway, just trying to play with it, knowing that it's an automated vehicle, and knocking everybody that's standing on board, you know, to their knees. And so, yeah, I think that's going to be a real problem.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Andy. That's a very interesting presentation. You know, I'm on pins and needles to see that final report. So I'll give it a thorough read just to see what type of data we can utilize going forward with this study, because we definitely want to make use of the data that you were able to obtain from your research here.
Thank you, Miranda.
Thank you. All right, I think we are ready for our next presenter. Dr. Sheila Clower will be presenting on the evaluation of web-based driving feedback for teens and their parents. So
Thank you, Miranda. Can you all hear me?
Yes, and I forgot to mention that Joshua Rattleback will be presenting along with you.
Yes, he will. He will be co-presenting with me. This study that we're going to describe here is Josh's master's thesis. And so I would like to just give you kind of the overview and kind of the story behind why we wanted to do this study, and then Josh is going to walk you through the method and how we plan to execute this study. We are in the process of just still in the planning phases, but we do plan to start data collection this spring, just in the next probably couple months. Okay, next slide, Josh. So we have done some research in the past to really assess whether monitoring and feedback is an effective tool in improving teen driving performance. And our previous research indicated that it was, that we, by providing real-time and post-hoc feedback via website, we were able to demonstrate improvements in teen driving safety. So we saw a significant reduction in crash and near crash occurrence for these teens who received monitoring and feedback. But there was some caveats to that. And one of those caveats is that the parents need to be involved. If the parents are not involved and not paying attention to the feedback, there was no decrease in crash near crash occurrence. And secondly, as soon as the system was basically removed from the vehicle, or the participants believed that the system had stopped recording, we saw a return to unsafe driving behaviors. And so we really need a system that is more ubiquitous, that isn't going to go away necessarily from the vehicle itself. And we also need a system that maybe engages the teen on their own accord, not necessarily requiring parental intervention. Certainly it can help, and it would be helpful to parents to have this feedback, but possibly not relying completely on parental intervention. And so this particular study is looking at providing feedback via mobile app to teens and their parents, and see if we can still impact safe driving performance. A couple of the other items that we're really going to look into is this idea of gamification, and whether we can engage teens in this feedback app via streaks and other incentives potentially, to also improve teen driving performance and just straight up engagement with the app itself. And so those are our other questions that we're going to ask with this particular study. Next slide. So, teens are, the reason we're interested in teens in the first place is teens are about 4 times more likely to be involved in a crash than our adult drivers. They are overrepresented in our fatals as well as our injury crashes. And we do believe that parental involvement can have a positive impact on teen driving performance, but we're not really, we also know that a lot of parents aren't necessarily engaged. And so we want to really try to figure out better ways to provide this feedback to teens and get them engaged on their own accord. Additionally, a lot of the research on monitoring and feedback has really focused on punishing bad behavior. And we would like to flip that on its head a little bit and reward good behavior. And that's, and talk more about providing rewards for driving safely versus getting punished for driving poorly. Next slide. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Josh at this point.
All right, thanks, Charlie. So for this study, we'll be collaborating with OnStar and GM. And one of the ways that OnStar is helping to contribute to this project is by recruiting participants for this study using their customer database. And they'll also be collecting the data with the equipment that they already have installed. And then they'll be piping that data over to us for analysis. So we expect that we'll have a total of 50 participants, and we're looking specifically for participants that are 17 years old with 6 to 18 months of driving experience. So what teens will experience as part of this study is, first, they'll see a baseline condition, which will be followed by access to the driving feedback app that Charlie mentioned earlier. And then we will introduce monetary incentives for driving performance, followed by a second baseline condition. And then in addition to the monetary incentives that they'll receive for their driving performance, they'll also be compensated at a flat rate at the end of the study as well. All right, so just more information about the timeline that I mentioned. We'll start first with 1 month of just a baseline where participants won't have access to the feedback application and they won't receive any kind of monetary incentives for safe driving. And then after that month, they'll have 2 months where they'll be given access to the application and as well as their parent, and that will provide a weekly summary of their driving performance. It'll just be very basic, just to not give them too much information to figure out exactly what the algorithm is for the incentives, which is the next piece. So for the next 2 months after that, they'll still have access to the application as well as incentives that they'll be provided with based on how well they drive. And then after that, we'll have 1 month of another baseline, and that would be just to see if there's any kind of staying power from any behavior change from experimental intervention. So as far as the feedback app itself, it'll have a weekly summary. And like I said, it'll just have basic safety performance measures. And those will be color coded to just to make it easy to understand for participants and their parents. And some of the measures that will be shown will be just general driving performance measures like hard braking and speeding, as well as GDL violations like seatbelt use and nighttime driving, which are typically, nighttime driving particularly is restricted to teen drivers after they get their license. So also the feedback app will be updated once per week, and they'll be notified once that's available, and we'll be monitoring whether they're checking that as well. So this is what some of the feedback tables may look like. As I mentioned, they're just color coded. There's no quantitative data. It just shows basically whether they're doing well in specific categories like seatbelt usage, passenger seatbelt usage, speeding over the speed limit over 80 miles per hour, hard braking, late night driving, and whether they need improvement in any of those areas as well. And on the right, you'll see another table that gives streak information. So that just lets them know how well they're doing as far as maintaining a streak of good behavior. And again, that's color coded to try to help them know where they can improve. So once we start the performance incentives portion of this study, participants will be split into 2 groups. So we'll have the predictable incentives group and the variable incentives group. Participants that receive the predictable incentives will basically always have the same potential maximum. So if they do everything perfectly, in this example, they would earn $10 a week with no variation to that. And for the variable incentives group, that will change week to week. So sometimes they'll have a higher amount that they can potentially receive maximum. Sometimes it'll be lower. And part of that is just to keep them guessing. So again, they don't figure out what the algorithm is and get into a groove. We expect that that might help with motivating them to try to better their performance, to earn more potentially. So some of these dependent measures are just basically the same thing that we saw in the previous tables, but we'll be using these for analysis. So what we'll be getting is the speed limit, or if they're speeding above the speed limit for 30 seconds, then that will trigger an event. And we'll be looking at the total number of these events per 100 miles. Then we'll also we'll have speed over a set threshold for, again, 30 seconds, which will be measured the same way. And we'll likely set that threshold to 80 miles per hour, because we obviously don't want teens driving that fast over an extended period or at all, really. We'll also be looking at hard braking events, approximately negative 0.4 Gs and above. So one thing that I do want to point out is that we don't want to discourage them from hard braking when it's necessary, because a lot of times that is something that the safest thing to do is to brake hard. So we don't want to punish them every time. But based on previous research, we do have an approximate number of hard brakes that would be expected over a certain period of time. And so that's what we'll be comparing it against. If they exceed that by too much, then that's when it starts to indicate a pattern of potentially risky behavior. We'll also be looking at whether or not their seatbelt is on or off. And again, the time of the drive. So if they're driving between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m., that's been shown to be a risky time to drive, and also is generally a restricted time for new licensees. So some considerations that we want to take into account is, first of all, we don't want to encourage participants to drive more just so that they can earn additional incentives. And we'll make that clear in the intake process that driving more will not earn them more. And one of the ways that we're going to do that is to look at the infraction rate per trip or mile, depending on what the variable is, rather than just adding up points or something for the total number of safe trips or miles. So it basically should just work itself out as far as not rewarding additional driving just for the sake of driving. So we also don't want to, again, discourage participants from braking hard when necessary. So like I said before, we'll be looking at the number of braking events against a specific threshold of what would be expected in a normal adult driver, and looking for a pattern of hard braking. So talk about some of the societal impact that we expect to gain from this. We're looking to, first of all, help inform future team driving application development, specifically with how to engage team drivers with different applications, and trying to use those to improve team driver performance. And we'll also be learning the potential impact of monetary incentives on team driver performance, and whether that can be used in future programs as well to help motivate team drivers. And also just to develop useful and engaging teen and parent feedback, and instilling safe driving behaviors in teens when they're still new to driving, and just trying to get them used to good driving habits. So we actually haven't started data collection on this project. Just to give you an idea of the project timeline, we're currently working with the sponsor to have access to the appropriate data sets, and we want to make sure that we've got a good data pipeline set up before we start collecting data. That way we don't lose anything, and we're able to make use of everything that comes through. We anticipate that data collection will begin in the spring of 2022 and hopefully end by fall. And we will try to have a final report ready sometime in the winter. And with that, I'll open the floor to any questions.
All right. Thank you very much. Very interesting and necessary research that you're going to be conducting here to make sure that these youngsters are doing what they're supposed to do and not doing what they're not supposed to do on the road.
Right, exactly.
Let's see if we have any questions from the audience. Excuse me. I'm not seeing anything in Q&A or chat. All right. And just to, I guess, keep us on time, thank you again. And hopefully, if anybody has any questions, please reach out to Dr. Clower or Joshua at Virginia Tech. So I'm sure you can find Dr. Clower's email address on the Virginia Tech's website. So, but we're excited to see how this collaboration works and the type of data that you're able to get, because that was definitely an enhancement to the project.
Right.
Yes.
All right.
Awesome.
Thank you.
We're excited too. Thank you so much.
Yep,
You're
thank you for allowing us to share.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, so our final presentation for the day is going to be given by Dr. Jinyun Pan, and she will be speaking on mask wearing behaviors in air travel during coronavirus pandemic, an extended theory of planned behavior model. So let me switch up here the focus, remove spotlight and add spotlight. And I believe you should have access, full access to share your screen. Okay, I'm not hearing you. You don't look like you're on mute, but I'm having difficulty hearing you. All right. Am I the only one who's not able to hear Dr. Pond?
I can hear nothing.
Okay, so we're having a little bit of audio issue.
No sound.
She's not on mute.
No, check the mute button there. See if you choose the right device. If you go on the list, there should be a device list. Choose the right microphone.
Oh yeah, click the arrow, yeah. Yeah, it might be through the headset. Just give her a minute to make sure we can hear her. Nothing yet.
Was it possible for her to call in on the phone?
Let's see if Kelly or I think Brian logged off. I think he had another meeting. Let me see if there was a phone number in the email. So this morning. Yes, so I'll throw it in, one tap mobile. I'll put one of these phone numbers in the chat. Let's see. Did she log off? Maybe she logged. I was about to put it in the chat for her, but I don't see her name listed now. Oh, there she is. Okay. There she is.
How about now?
Yes.
Okay, good. So, right, so just, okay, I'll share my screen again.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Okay, so now everybody can hear me okay?
We can hear you, but not see you.
Yeah, your video camera is on, or it covered up or something.
Yeah, it must be covered up. It looks like it's covered up.
Okay, yeah. It's not really known. How about?
I think your camera is working, just the lung is covered.
How about now?
Yes.
Okay,
Perfect.
I'm sorry about that.
That's
For the
okay.
technical
It
issue.
happens.
Okay. Right. Okay. So is the screen okay?
Yes, just put it, if you put it in a presentation mode, I think we'll be good.
Yeah, the title was gone.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
I
it disappeared.
it disappeared.
Might delete something. Yeah, that's fine.
Well, it looks like that it was on the preview page. It looked like it was still there.
Yeah.
Really sorry about this.
It's okay. We have plenty of time. That's fine.
Yeah, it happens. We've done really good with this symposium, that we haven't had too many technical issues. So
Yeah,
it was bound to happen. So at least it's the very last, it's the end of the presentations. But I'm sorry that it's happening with you, but there we go. We got it.
You got it?
We can see it.
Yeah.
But still the title is gone.
Yeah, you moved your
what?
name.
Yeah, it got moved
The
somehow.
name is on the
I don't
title.
know. I got two screens here.
Can you say what your title is and we can see if it's sort of hidden
Well,
there?
Well, it's in there. It's the mask wearing.
I think
she
put her name in front of the mask.
Yeah.
I think you can
Yeah.
move
No,
forward.
it's just for some reason it's
Yeah,
just
You can just move
Okay.
forward.
Yeah, don't worry.
yeah, I can
about
just
it.
move forward. I think
Yeah,
the
don't
rest
worry.
are still there, so
Yeah.
I will just go ahead. Apologize for the technical issue here. Okay.
No issue, no problem.
All right. So, good afternoon. My name is Jane Pan. I'm the assistant professor of School of Graduate Studies, College of Aviation at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. So today I'm here to present the research study I co-authored with Dr. Dahai Liu. Dr. Liu is also is a professor in the same department with me. The title of our research is Mask Wearing Intention in the Aircraft Cabin During COVID-19. Okay, so I'll just move on to the next. Okay, yeah. So in this presentation, I will briefly go over the background of the study and take a brief look at the literature. And I will also cover the methodology of the study, then discuss some selected results. And this is followed by conclusions, implications, and the limitations of the study. Okay. Now we have been 2 years, almost 2 years into the COVID-19 pandemic. We have learned a lot about this disease. So COVID-19 is caused by a coronavirus pretty new to us, and it spreads mainly, now we know, through respiratory droplets from infectious persons, especially when people get into close to one another, usually within 2 meters. And in this case, especially when people are also in an enclosed environment, with poor ventilation, the infection is very much likely to happen. According to the latest statistics, there have been over 5 million deaths caused by COVID-19 around the world. This is really hard to see the numbers, really sad. So all the businesses have been hit very hard by COVID-19, but we say air transportation has been hit particularly hard by the pandemic. This is partially probably due to the nature of air transportation, where we see a large amount of people gathering for taking air travel, which makes COVID-19 transmission more likely to happen. One of such gathering, we say, happens in the aircraft cabin, which is a closed environment where passengers sit next to one another for a prolonged period of time. In an enclosed environment. So on the right-hand side, I have an illustration of the aircraft cabin. So you can see it's really tightly packed, right? To be fair to airlines, the air in the aircraft cabin is actually better than a supermarket, than in cafeterias on the ground, because airlines are making use of efficient air circulation system, or many of them use HEPA filter to clean air in the aircraft cabin. The problem is you never know who is sitting next to you and the status of that person. If that person happens to be contagious and sitting shoulder to shoulder with you for hours in this enclosed environment, the risk of you getting infection is still pretty high. Besides, not all commercial aircraft were equipped with an efficient filter system, which could further increase the risk of being infected. So in an environment like this, like an aircraft cabin, many protective measures may not even apply. For example, we cannot socially distance ourselves in the aircraft cabin. That pretty much leaves us only very limited tools to protect ourselves from the virus in this environment, with mask wearing being the most important one. It is so because face masks create a physical barrier between people, making it harder for the virus to spread. While most people nowadays accept the face mask as a useful tool to slow the spread of COVID-19, mask wearing has been actually a very complicated issue, sensitive issue from the very beginning of the pandemic. And it is still a topic for strong debate, especially in the US. But airlines are still pretty determined to make mask mandatory on board airplanes. At least up to this point, we make the presentation, mask mandate is still in effect in the US for all flights inbound and outbound. So, okay, let's move on to next one. Okay, so take a look at the literature. Okay, so it is very interesting that while infectious disease has been a research interest for a long time, earlier studies in this area almost never focused on face mask as a protective measure. Instead, they tended to focus on hygiene measures, social distancing, and educational program to protect the general public from the infectious disease. Since the starting of COVID-19, there has been a dramatic increase in the research of mask use, but these studies tend to focus more on the effectiveness of masks. There have been a lot of experiments being done to see which types of masks are being more effective. We also have studies being done at a macro level to compare mask use across countries, across people from different cultural background. We also have studies being done to look into mask policies and related issues. Only very limited studies examined mask use in transportation, and even fewer studies are focusing on air transportation, which is really surprising, given that transportation, especially air transportation, is such a likely vehicle for the rapid spread of the virus. Also, these studies, even some of them, have look at wearing a mask in air transportation. These studies generally focus on mask use on a general level. So few of them actually explore the issue further, especially from passengers' perspective. So here, I'm not going into the details of the literature for the sake of time, but I just wanted to point out there is a research gap in the understanding of mask wearing from passengers' perspective in air transportation during COVID-19, especially in the aircraft cabin environment. It is likely that factors driving the intention to wear a mask when flying in this particular pandemic period of time are uniquely shaped by the contact of aircraft cabin. So to the best knowledge of the authors, no previous studies have been done to examine air travelers' intention to wear a mask in the aircraft cabin. So such knowledge for us is important, it's essential in the US, where air travel is the major mode for trips. Yet mask wearing in COVID-19 has been such a highly controversial, sensitive topic. So this study aims to increase our understanding in this area. So specifically, we wanted to answer the following two research questions. First, we want to look at the factors and factor impact on passengers' intention to wear a mask on board an airplane during COVID-19. And secondly, we wanted to know the factor impact, would that differ in terms of different age groups? So we wanted to compare age groups in terms of what key factors are there to driving the mask wear intentions. Okay. To that end, we developed a extended series of planned behavior model. Okay, and in addition to the original three constructs, so we have attitudes, subject norms, and perceived behavior controls. That's the three original construct of the TPP model. In addition to three of them, we included 6 additional external factors that are highly relevant to the study context. So they include information avoidance, information seeking, individualism as a cultural factor, risk avoidance, comfort, and a descriptive norm as another type of a social norm. So in total, we have 9 independent variables in the study model. And the purpose is to look at their impact on the dependent variable, which is the behavior intention to wear a mask when one flying during COVID-19. Okay, all right. So, okay, so in terms of research methods, first of all, this study takes a survey design. It used Amazon's Mechanical Turk, MTurk, as an online platform to collect data. So given that we are pretty much still in a COVID-19 pandemic, the online survey method is probably the only feasible way for us to collect data. So MTurk is a convenience sampling method, which has its own limitations. But literature says that compared to other convenience sampling methods, MTurk is actually able to produce a sample that is more representative of the national population. So that's also part of the reason we choose to use this platform. Questionnaire was developed for this study, including several sections. The major section asked the participants to evaluate factors to impact their intention to wear a mask based on a 5-Likert scale, with 1 representing the strongest disagree and 5 representing the strongest agree. This study makes use of the scales, validated scales in the literature to increase the validity of measurement. Okay. In terms of data collection, it took place in 2021. That's in May, between 12th and 15th of May. The times for the survey was actually selected intentionally because this was the time when people started to see the transition, okay, in the country, from pandemic to near-end pandemic, mainly thanks to vaccination. So in this context, participants are assumed to have a better understanding of mask use will gradually becoming a personal choice because of a vaccination, right? So mask mandate will be gradually removed, making masks a personal choice. That including when you travel, sitting in the aircraft cabin. So when they are seeing this transition is taking place, they should be more able to understand the study context and be able to provide useful information to help us understand their voluntary intention, okay, to wear a mask when flying. The total sample size of the data cleaning is 1,121. And this study conducted 3 analyses, but for this time of the presentation, time limit for the presentation, in this presentation, we only covered the first 2. So for the all sample analysis, it's really about everybody. All the sample size, all the sample will be used. And the purpose is to see how the 9 factors in the study model affect the intention to wear a mask of all the sample that we have here. The second analysis is focusing on group comparison. So here we create 3 age groups, young, middle age, and senior groups. And the purpose here is to understand the factor impact on age groups. We want to find out if there's a difference in the impact. Okay. The analytical method for this study is a structure equation modeling. Okay. Now, so here are some selected results. I'm not going into detail about that. This is only part of the results, for the sake of the space. So just very briefly, so here we have, because we did structure equation modeling, that's a 2-phase analysis. So first we did confirmative analysis, factor analysis, that's CFA. So that's mainly the bigger table on the top right. So this is for us to see the model fit, and also to validate the model, to looking at its AVE, its CR, factor loading, etc. So to validate the model. And we also do the structure model analysis. So the first one is for measurement model, okay, and then we move on to assess the structure model, and from here we test the hypothesis. Okay, that's the model, the table with the red frame. And we also have this figure here, that's for group comparison. So we have a lot of tables for that as well, but we didn't include it here for the sake of space. We also did a logistic regression. So that's for us to really see if some factors, here we have some demographic factors and travel experience related factors. So we wanted to see if any of them can be used to predict whether passengers, when they are giving a choice, were willing to pay more to switch to another airline that offer different mask policies. Okay, so here is just some of the results here. Now, I wanted to move just quickly to the discussion and conclusion part. So for our all sample analysis, we found that 4 factors were significant in affecting the intention to wear a mask on board airplanes during COVID-19. So we found that attitude, descriptive norm, risk avoidance, and information seeking, 4 of them were important. So attitude, it really means that the more favorable feeling air travelers have toward mask use, the more likely they would intend to wear one when flying through COVID-19. Okay. In this study, we assessed two social norms, subjective norms, which refer to expectation from important others for an individual to wear a mask or not when he or she is flying. And we also assessed another type of social norm, descriptive norms, which really means that when one individual sees other people actually wearing a mask, how would that concrete action influence his or her intention to wear a mask? So we found that only descriptive norm was significant. The subject norm was not significant. So this may suggest that when it comes to wearing a mask during flight, people tend to follow action than words. So they are more likely to wear a mask when they see other people are doing the same thing. Okay. So we also find risk avoidance important. It really shows that air travelers are fully aware of the risks associated with COVID-19, and they carefully assessed the risk of in-flight infection, and they relied on masks to avoid the risk. So the intention here is really high when it comes to risk avoidance. Okay. In this study, we also assessed two types of information behavior, information avoidance and information seeking. Only information seeking was found to be significant in driving the intention to wear a mask during flight in COVID-19. This indicated that compared to information avoidance, which is really refers to you avoiding the interaction with unwanted information, information seeking is more active. It is really actively searching for information. And when you do so, it really allows you to stay updated with the development of COVID-19. And the findings indicated that being more informed about COVID-19, about mask use, this is more likely to increase the intention to wear a mask during flight. In terms of the magnitude of influence, attitude has the strongest effect, okay, followed by risk avoidance and a descriptive norm and information seeking. So attitude is turned out to be the strongest factor affecting if an air traveler wanting to wear a mask when he or she is sitting in the aircraft cabin during a global pandemic. This may not come as a surprise, given that very mixed view of mask wearing in the world and of course in the US, especially in the US, a country with no previous history of face covering. So while we see the majority of people support mask use, and if we look at the literature, it always say 80%, 85% of people in the US actually support the use of mask. But we also have a small group of people, they have different opinions of mask use. So again, mask use has been such a highly controversial, sensitive topic since the very beginning of the pandemic. So it shouldn't come as a surprise that attitude actually has the strongest impact on whether one wanted to wear a mask or not when flying during COVID-19. Okay. All right. So moving on to age group analysis. So we use the same method, structure equation modeling, to assess age groups differently. So we have young age group, middle age group, and a senior age group. And we found that still these four factors were turned out to be important: attitude, descriptive norm, risk avoidance, and information seeking. But they affected each age group in very different ways. Okay, so young people, young travelers, their intention to wear a mask when flying during COVID-19 was found to be mostly driven by their attitude. In other words, their favorableness or unfavorableness toward mask use, okay, and followed by risk avoidance, followed by descriptive norm, and followed by information seeking. So information seeking, as we can see, only affected young age group, not the other two groups. This probably indicated that young people, young travelers, due to their age, they are able to use a wide variety of different sources for information, so that could contribute to their intention to wear a mask. Okay, middle age, in terms of middle age travelers, again, we see this group of age group was mostly strongly affected by attitude, followed by risk avoidance and descriptive norms. However, compared to young traveler group, we can see that attitude has a decreased impact while risk avoidance has an increased impact. Okay, so this may suggest that while attitude toward masks still had a dominant effect on the mask use intention of a middle-aged group passengers, risk avoidance, as we can see, the factor of risk avoidance started to carry more weight here, okay, compared to the young age group. So for the senior age group, we see still attitude, risk avoidance, and descriptive norm. So these three turn out to be important, significant, but now we can see risk avoidance became the most important factor in mask wearing intention for this group. So this probably indicated that elderly travelers may tend to focus more on avoiding the risks of associated with COVID-19 rather than their attitude toward masks when deciding on mask use when flying during COVID-19. So here we actually see an interesting pattern here. So we see a decreased impact of attitudes, but increased impact of risk avoidance when we order young travelers, middle-aged travelers, and senior travelers. So it's really clear that a pattern appears here. Okay, so yeah, okay, so next one will be, okay. So in terms of contributions, this study makes theoretical and practical contributions. So theoretically, it fills the gap in terms of a factor impact on mask wearing intention when flying during COVID-19. Okay, as far as to our best knowledge, this is the first study that focusing on mask use when travelers sitting in an enclosed cabin environment. And another contribution theoretically will be the extended extended application of theory of planned behavior model. So the theory of planned behavior model has been used to study COVID-19 behavior and intention in many other domains, being it educational, health, many other domains, but not really in air transportation, especially in aircraft cabin environment. So this study actually expanded the application of this theory. In terms of practical contributions, this study, the findings of this study actually provided useful implications in real world for airlines, for policymakers, to increase their understanding of passengers and for them to take proper measures to ensure in-flight safety, especially as the industry is recovering from COVID-19. So the topic of mask will not disappear anytime soon. Okay, even we are at the stage of near end of COVID-19, but still the psychological impact of in terms of the pandemic on people, that will last much longer. So in the years to come, when it comes to travel, when people sitting in crowded settings, they constantly need to make decisions in terms of if they want to mask up, right? So from this perspective, the significance of this study will go beyond only COVID-19, but may still be quite relevant, applicable in the years to come. Okay, so limitations. This study has some limitations. It takes a cross-sectional design to collect self-reported data from online platform of MTurk. As such, the findings may not fully represent the population entire population of the U.S. Another limitation would be the impact of the factors in the model. Several factors, including the cultural factors of individualism, turn out to be non-significant, but some of them are at borderline. So further investigation in terms of the impact of these factors merits further examination. Also, with some limitations, the findings of this study we say open up a new venue for future research of mask use in air travel, especially given the lack of research in this area. So the findings of this research can provide useful starting point, at least, for us to discuss about mask use intentions during a global pandemic. It also can provide useful implications for airlines, for policymakers to prepare for future pandemics. Okay, so with this, end my presentation, and we'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Pan. This was definitely a timely presentation. Again, Dr. Pan also did a webinar back in the fall, and so she presented some of her results in that webinar. And even at that time, you know, it's important information for us to know. And I know at this point in time, people are considering removing their mask mandates from, I've heard, from the school systems. So of course the airlines aren't too far behind, I'm sure. I'm hoping that they're a bit far behind, but we don't know when they're going to release those mandates. So we need to be kind of prepared on how we're going to respond accordingly. Let's see, okay. Are there any questions for Dr. Pan? I'm not seeing anything in the Q&A or the chat. All right. So it looks like everyone's quiet. I guess, you know, that's the disadvantage of being the last presentation. Or it could be an advantage. I don't know. Depends on how you view it. But we definitely appreciate the information. Of course, everything has been recorded, so you may get some questions from individuals after the fact, after viewing the presentations online. So thank you for your presentation and your time, Dr. Pan.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we are at the end of our symposium. I want to thank everyone for participating in the symposium this year. I know we had a lot of presentations to go through. So for each of our presenters, I greatly appreciate the time that you carved out to be able to present your research. It's important for us to make sure that we're disseminating and disclosing some of the findings that you all have had along the way. So as soon as those final reports come out, we'll get them posted as well. Some of them are already posted. So those who are viewing our sessions, if you want more detailed information, the final reports for our completed programs are on our CATM website. Again, on the CATM website, we also have the webinar links to the webinars that were posted, because we've had webinars from the Last Mile Project as well. And I believe from the BRU map that we had a presentation, a webinar for that project as well. So we have a few of them that are posted online that you can view in addition to this symposium when we get the links posted for that. John, do you have any closing remarks for us before we go?
No, I think it's been a second great day and appreciate your leadership. And I think it was a big success. So
I just want to thank you and your team, Kelly and Brian, for the work that you all did to be able to pull this together. And like I said, it went off pretty seamlessly. We didn't have too many, well, really any at all, real complications with the technology. So that's an accomplishment to me. So I appreciate the work that you all put in to make sure that everything went off very seamlessly.
Great.
All right, so we do have our networking session that's until 5:30. Kelly put the link in the chat, but I believe you should have also received an email. So if you want to click on that link and join us, we'll chat for a bit in the networking session. If you want to have a networking session with somebody's individual outside of just the group, then let us know. And I think we might still be able to. I know Brian was the one setting those up and he had to step out for another meeting, but let us know and we'll see what we can do. But otherwise, if you want to join us in the larger session, we will log off of this session and reconvene there. Again, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.